Okay. Okay, so let's start. Welcome everyone to this 2022 AED Days edition. To everyone here and everyone, of course, following us online. I think it was just on January this year that we decided at the board meeting to push a little bit forward this year's edition, because as you know, we normally do it in October. And it was because several reasons, and we all decided also that we had to make it simpler, because we didn't had very much time to prepare it. Well, I'm happy to say today that we failed miserably at trying to achieve that goal. And so, once again, we have a wide range of activities this year. So, we have this year we'll have the conference, which I think has a very interesting lineup of speakers. And then we will have tomorrow a full day packed of interesting workshops covering a wide range of topics, together with some B2B physical here at Tagus Park also, and also some additional physical sessions. And then on the 26th, we will have AED Careers, which is our event focused on the challenge, with the worldwide challenge at the moment of attraction and retention of talent. And then we have 2 more days of digital B2B. So, as you can see, there's a lot of things that's going on, things that you can just follow or that you can more actively engage in. And so I hope you all enjoy, and we will get started. Unfortunately, just to make it a little bit harder for the program, we just had the call yesterday from the Minister of Economy and Maritime Affairs, which unfortunately, due to a last minute engagement, could not make it for the opening session, but he will join us around 12:30, and we will work it out, because of course we don't want to miss out the opportunity to listen what he has to say about the aeronautics, space and defense. So let's start, and I would like to call José Neves to the stage, which as always will give us a good overview since the last year's edition of what is happening, focusing on mainly also what the cluster has been doing. So, José, go ahead.
Mr. Vice-Almirante Coelho Cândido, thank you very much for coming over. Dear speakers, dear guests, dear friends and colleagues, bom dia, good morning. Welcome to the 9th edition of the AED Days. It is for me a great pleasure to be launching this event. It's a whole week of, 4 days of events and small details about what we are doing at AED, but also how can we get more connected between AED cluster and you, the users, let's say, the companies, the ecosystem, and the scientific and technological part. I don't know if some of you, but surely some of you, when you were younger like me, you had the dream to be a pilot. I really do not know if it was because of Top Gun and Maverick, but I still remember to go through all the magazines. My brother is down there, he knows the magazines that I used to read about aircrafts. There was no internet for the younger people here at that time, about all the technical details, namely about fighter jets. At the end, I didn't turn out to be a pilot, just rather an aerospace engineer. But still, with that, I have lots of fun. You know, as an aerospace engineer, I do not fly an aircraft, but I work with very smart people, as the ones that are here. We touch a lot of novel technologies, like, for example, artificial intelligence, which for sure will make a revolution on how we perceive aeronautics, space and defense for the next decade. For sure, it will be a similar revolution as the jet engine introduction in the 50s. Just recently, I had the opportunity to physically attend an event, a launching event of the Clean Aviation joint undertaking. With a budget of 750 million euros budget, the Clean Aviation will for sure boost innovation in terms of the aeronautical domain towards a more sustainable industry. You know that in the middle of all the ties and suits that were going around at the hotel, there was a presentation of a young lady which came up to the stage with a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Her name is Zara. She's 19 years old, child of an aviator's family. And the funny thing is that she was the first, or this youngest female to fly solo around the world in a journey of 5 months. Her speech was quite inspiring on the sense that she said all the things that she saw, all the concerns she had, all the decision making that she had to do alone, and as well also the technology challenges that she had faced along the way. She wanted to fly a zero-emission aircraft, and she could not make it because the technology there is simply not there yet. And for example, she gave several examples on the flight between California to Mexico. She saw some bad weather ahead of her. She called her father on the satellite phone. He went to the satellite imagery, and he said, well, no, it's okay, please go ahead. And at the end, she called him again, no, please check it, because really the weather looks strange ahead of me. And her father looked again to the satellite imagery real time and said, no, please go straight, nothing's going by. And as you can imagine, at the end, she had to diverge due to weather, and which are becoming often more violent in terms of climate changes. And that's an important thing that I also got inspired with Zara's speeches. Was not only her values that she was sharing, but while she was sharing her values, the importance of climate change. Some of the places that she saw are suffering with big impact in terms of the weather, in terms of the way things are going around, in terms of the climate. And how it can really be affected for the future generations. How can they will see the things as they are today. In the next couple of minutes, I will go through some topics to really underline to you how climate and technology challenges are important for our cluster. And these three topics, the first of one is sustainability. As you may remember, the green transition was a key pillar of the Portuguese presidency held last year. As I was mentioning, climate change is something that we have to face, we cannot ignore. And sustainability goals are something that we have to face ourselves and our industry. I don't know if you are aware, more than 60% of the tourists traveling before the COVID era, they were doing by an aircraft. In a country where tourism is such an important part of the economy, it's very interesting to see that today our industry, in terms of the footprint of the aeronautics footprint for industry, is already quite significant. I couldn't name a wide range of companies, probably I'll just name a few. Caetano Aeronautics in Porto, Optimal just around the corner in Cascais, Uauac in Setúbal, Mecacrom, Embraer, and Air Nova in Évora, Rexia in Pontessor, where we held every year their summit. So a wide range of companies, not to mention ones that are still opening, and one of them opening still this summer. And understanding how aircraft fleet replacement is important, because it can bring immediate benefits in terms of fuel reduction. I would say that these industries have a huge opportunity ahead of them. Also, it's important to see that when we go around, to see how much the cluster is investing in R&D. So really to position us, I would say, almost as a new game changer in terms of how we can supply novel structures and more lighter structures in the future, more efficient systems, more efficient MRO even, and even we can even talk about sustainable aviation fuel in the near future. And let me tell you that when we talk about aeronautics or aerospace industries, we always talk about innovation. Actually, it's a kind of synonym of aerospace is innovation, something which has been on the DNA of this ecosystem and of these industries, which have been always quite innovator. Portugal, in terms of the cluster, in terms of the response that we gave to the Portuguese Recovery and Resilience Program, we have made an investment, or we're planning to make an investment of around 400 million euros. Yes, 400 million euros for a cluster of these dimensions is quite a lot, and actually can create up to 1,000 highly skilled jobs, which is quite unique and important for the growth of this ecosystem on the next, I would say, 4 to 5 years. More than that, the projects that we are leading are quite challenging in terms of the expectations. Their next project, as an example, will want to develop, industrialize, and operate from Portugal 3 systems. One regional aircraft of 19 seats, and also with cargo capacity. One Cat-3 drone of around 1 ton. Well, we call it unmanned air system because it's more a system than an aircraft itself. And even to start operating advanced air mobility services, which radically can change the way we do mobility inside our cities. Speaking on innovation, innovation is also speaking on space. I don't see here, but my colleague Teresa Freire, which shares the board of GMV with me, every month when we have board meeting, she comes up with innovations going on in space. It's quite remarkable how space is moving. And it's quite remarkable because it's also, I would say, a very young industry for Portugal. Portugal joined European Space Agency just 20 years ago. The first 20 years were focused on the development of ad hoc capabilities. Many times companies were not even talking together about what they were doing. With the creation around 4 years ago of the Portuguese Space Agency, PT Space, it was important to draft and to align, let's say, a space strategy. And then, like Rui likes to tell me, we are now entering a third stage of this maturity of the space industries in Portugal, which is trying to go one step further, moving from just the ad hoc capability development to a system integration capability. And the mission is quite high. You have heard about the space source programs, the Air Center, which I've mentioned to you last year. And this year, we also have a new challenge, which is much more ambitious, which is the new space proposal, which is really focusing on, I would say, an outer space commitment, the development in Portugal and integration in Portugal of high-resolution satellites, or high-resolution, or more high-resolution satellites constellation, which can support the industry on surveillance and monitoring of the Atlantic Ocean. And I would like to say that much more than the satellites in space, the downstreams application which can turn out space data, which makes sense, can turn out space data to make sense to our daily lives, I think that's even more important. I don't know if you are aware, from the 50 KPIs that are measured by scientists to measure the impact of climate changes, 26 can only be measured by space means. So Earth observation, space navigation, satellite communications are important, really important, not only for Zara when she's flying around, but also for our climate change monitoring and how we can update, monitor, and make changes for the future. And the new space project is really aligned with that strategy. Let me just highlight you, and I think Ricardo Conte will probably mention that in his intervention. The downstream part in Portugal is also quite remarkable concerning the digital planet. How we can perceive this data and how we can make all this data available to the general public and also to the different stakeholders. Surely these all projects have, together with the ones that I've mentioned to you last year, have a tremendous value. But I would say that if we join them together, I'm sure it will multiply the benefit and its value. It's not going to be easy to materialize, but I would say that easy is for other people. And speaking on people, we have to speak on talent. It's a challenge. I was just talking with Vice Almirante, how can we retain the talent of younger generations? It's a big challenge. Typically, the younger generations are not so moved by a working space or a good salary. Many times they're moved, well, quite a lot, they're moved by challenges like these projects, which can bring and empower them to work in a vision, in a strategy, on a long-term strategy. And I think this can be kind of a mobilizator activity which can mobilize them to actually join this ecosystem. And, you know, gender equality and talent retention is really one of the core elements of our cluster today, because without attracting, using kind of, speaking on space, a gravitational force to attract men and women to work in this activity, in this ecosystem, we're not going to be able to grow in the next decade. And this is critical for the industry, is critical for the armed forces, and is critical for the scientific community. Sure, you will know that it's now 3 months passed by from the beginning of the war in Ukraine. Today is really 3 months. So I would say that 3 months and a day ago, we could never imagine that we would be watching every day on the news, as soon as we turn on the news about the war. We have actually today the presentation of a perception study done in 5 countries of Europe about how European citizens feel about the defense and the aeronautics industry. This study was done 2 weeks after the beginning of the war, and I pay attention to it. It's a study that is still ongoing, but can be quite important for you. Let me mention also that the raise of the defense funds mobilized by the recent approval of the strategic compass is also a quite important milestone for this ecosystem. Defense is not anymore weapons, it's not just anymore just nice aircrafts. Defense is today smart structures. Defense is today space. We use space for space communications, we use space for space tracking, and we're using space for Earth observation. And that's a major game changer actually in this war today. We use defense also in the cyber warfare, and there's another conference just around the corner about cyber warfare and the importance of cyber warfare for not only for defense, for general public, but in particular for defense. And also with now having the first steps on quantum, and we have even projects already in Portugal under the European Defence Fund for quantum. I also think, and I was just speaking with the Vice-Almirante about how important is not only to use the financing on development of capacities for defense, but also should we think on them for a dual-use perspective. For example, and in Portugal, it's quite important to use them for the surveillance and monitoring of the ecosystem, of the maritime ecosystem under the blue economy. This is quite relevant. We can use space assets for surveillance, and you can use defense technologies, for example, for underwater submarines, for surveillance and for many other things. And I think in terms of budget of defense, it's also an opportunity to develop new capabilities, novel products. So I would say it's also important to use this knowledge to promote the more closer the involvement of our supply chain, our national supply chain closer to a wider supply chain, which is the defense supply chain, which is moved at the global level. It's a difficult, complex supply chain to get in, but as soon as you are in, it's easier to maintain. So but this threshold, this jump is quite complex. So it's one of the commitments of the cluster is to work on that. Also working with armed forces to have the ecosystem closer to the execution of the Portuguese programming law. And as important, to work closer with the armed forces on development of joint capabilities done by our scientific sector and also done by our industries. Actually, this is happening now. We're having a series of meetings with the different branches of the armed forces to present to them the capabilities available and the interest from the industry and the scientific ecosystem to work with the armed forces, and the reception has been very, very good. I would say outstanding in terms of this joint win-win, let's say, perspective. And what you see here is a picture of the Pesco Musas project, which is targeting underwater, modern underwater submarines and also integration with manned and unmanned platforms. And it's a very good example of this articulation between the armed forces and the cluster. As well, let me underline here the articulation that we've been doing with the IDD and the MOD. I was just talking with some people from the MOD before coming in. Is crucial, and I believe the success that Portugal is having today in terms of the involvement in the European Defence Fund has been quite fruitful because of this coordination, and joint coordination is really important so that we can actually boost our economy of defence. Just to conclude, you may not be aware, but this cluster, this ecosystem has been growing in a double digit for the last decade, or more than the last decade, since 2010. The level of involvement that we've seen from international and national investors in aeronautics, space, and also in defense is quite unique, which really reinforces that our sweet spot, which involves salaries, but also knowledge, competences, governmental will, and so on, values. This national sweet spot is working well, is attractive, and is bringing value to the industry, but also to the community. And however, we have to be careful that in a moment when we see the news that even the metaverse is making this one-way flight to the aerospace and defense industries, I think we should keep attention, because it can be, let's say, a moment of inflection between our industries are ready for what is existing today, and our industries should be ready for what's coming up. What is the next step? So we really should rethink on how we do design, model-based, on how we produce with less resources new systems and new structures, and even how we put them into the market in a more efficient way. What actions can we take? Well, I would say that would not be a one day, would be a workshop of a week or more. I would just mention two elements. As you see in the picture, I consider that the Portuguese Recovery and Resilience Program is I would say, an impact-driven approach. It can really leverage, can be a quantum step from where we are today as a software provider to a system provider, from a system provider to a system integrator, and from a system integrator even to an OEM. This is happening both in the space and in the aeronautical project activities. So it's quite important that all the pieces get together. The industry, the scientific sector, the government, the end users, PT Space, Ricardo, you are down there. All together, it's important to have this to maximize the impact in our economy. I think it's crucial. Also, I would say that it's important to establish a plan that investors, both national and international, when they come to Portugal, they know that they should involve more the Portuguese industry and the ecosystem. They should work closer with the cluster and the ecosystem. And they should also think on a long-term perspective of investment and not just on the supply. And actually, this is happening now. Already, some of these international suppliers are already cooperating quite closely with the ecosystem to really grow as a whole. And this is even more important in defense, because defense sometimes has huge investments in terms of acquisitions. And I have to say that the cluster today is quite ready for this challenge, is quite ready for the new technological needs that are needed, and it's quite ready to shake hands. And how we are going to measure the success? Well, success could be measured also in a week time, I would say, but let me just mention one word: strength. We should strengthen our customers. What I mean with strengthening our customers can be European Space Agency, can be the Armed Forces, it can be the airlines. With better products, with novel capabilities, we are succeeding. We should also strengthen our alliances with synergies and with commitment. It was just, I think, 3 years ago that Donald Trump was questioning the existence of NATO, and 3 years ago, Mr. Emmanuel Macron was saying, well, NATO is brain dead, and look where we are today. Things changed a lot. And actually, I think this can be a good opportunity for the ecosystem to really find the pieces which are missing, the pieces that we don't want to be so dependent on externalities, pieces where the Europe and NATO want to be less dependent of foreign supplies. So that can be an opportunity that the cluster can take. And sure, strengthening our values. That's what we stand for. And I see Erdal there. I'm sure when France and Germany signed the Nord Stream 2, they may have, Russia and Germany signed the Nord Stream 2. Maybe Russia and Germany had the same interests, but I doubt they had the same values. And we see today that they do not have the same values. Just to finalize, I think you still remember Zara that I've mentioned to you in the beginning. So I really believe that we share many of Zara values, many of Zara concerns, many of Zara ambitions. And in our physical world, where the physics, at least until now, the physics still apply, it's very important that we not only enjoy the fantastic world that we have, but we also have the responsibility to keep it together so future generations can enjoy it also. So I would see that decarbonization is a really important step for the cluster and a really good opportunity for the cluster to increase its capabilities, to get modernized, and to increase its competitiveness. And it's happening. This Brighter Fruits is already happening now. Let me just make you, I would say, a final invitation. Please get on board on our flight tour, on our journey for a neutral carbon world. Please join our adventure. I'm thirsty now. I wish you a great event. Thank you very much. So, just a special thank you to our platinum sponsors, Embraer and Airbus. And now I would like to call to the stage Francisco from our CTO. Please join us.
Bom, começo a falar em português. Bom dia a todos. Por dever de ofício, devo fazer o início da minha apresentação em português e dar-vos as boas-vindas ao Tagus Park Oeiras. I was just saying that as a function duty, I had to start my presentation in Portuguese, so I'd like to welcome you all to Oeiras Municipality and to Tagus Park for the 9th edition of the AED Days. Mr. Vice Admiral, welcome to Oeiras too. To all the guests, I'm sorry for not being as eloquent as José Neves, but I'll try to say something about why Oeiras supports the AED sector here in Portugal. First of all, let me start by saying that when mankind made the space our last frontier, we were changing our public policies from a two-dimension policy to a tri-dimension policy. We were discovering new spaces, we are discovering new elements for our public policies, and that's what we're doing here in Oeiras too. 30 years ago, our municipality was a small dormitory outside of Lisbon, and we are now a small municipality that represents about 13% of the Portuguese GDP and holds about 30% of the technological capacity installed in Portugal. Why is this important? These elements are important for AED, simply because we support science and technology everywhere and every day in our municipality. I was listening to the remarks made by José when he said that we have to find talent. We made, in the last few years, education our main goal, and we are now universalizing the access to universities in our municipality. Since this year, all of the youngsters that finish their high school studies in Oeiras, if they don't have the means to follow their university studies, they can go to the municipality, and they all have access to tuitions, they all have access to scholarships in order to detect and to bring talent to our social and economic tissue. We are always supporting science, technology, and research and development. We are now investing about 1% of the municipality budget precisely in science and technology, supporting research and development. Oeiras has an economic tissue or an economic structure composed mainly by technological companies, universities, and research industries. This is why we believe that the AED sector in Portugal, their location, must be here in Oeiras. In the last few years, we have been supporting this event. And in the last few years, we've been supporting this event, focusing mainly in peace industries, in economic success, in companies. We are now looking at the AED event more than economic, to defense, to peace and security, to our social stability. We have now found in the municipality a new reason to support the AED. We will continue to support the AED here in Oeiras, and we are continuing to support you all to come to here in the next few years. I won't take you any more time. Thank you so much for your attention. Please have a beautiful AED 9th edition in Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will have now the first keynote speaker. So I would like to call Vice Admiral Coelho Cândido to the stage, where he will talk us about the Navy defense geoeconomics in the era of Industry 4.0.
Good morning. President of AED Cluster Portugal, José Neves, Vice Mayor of Oeiras, Francisco Gonçalves, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by expressing my gratitude for the invitation to the Navy and to say that I'm very pleased to be here, and I would like also to congratulate AED on this much welcome conference. Driven by innovative technologies, the era of Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution, represents industrial automation and the integration of different advanced technologies. This silent revolution optimizes the organization's entire value chain, increasing process productivity and reducing costs. Industry 4.0 seeks the methodological, technological transformation of production model, and this huge and rapid progress brings benefits but also carries risks and concerns for countries in general and for the armed forces in particular. The Portuguese Navy is no exception, and several initiatives have been recommended to respond to this new paradigm. In a flexible way, the Portuguese Navy has responded to the challenges it has faced in the areas of interest. Our action is based on a strategy that seeks, in a context of reduced resources, to reconcile the vision of the sea as a space for military defense with a parallel view of the responsibility to ensure the security, the safety, and the authority of state in our maritime areas, which are also areas of economic, scientific, and cultural development, which must be protected from opposing interests and threats. Portugal, within the framework of its alliances and considering its geostrategic position, needs to monitor and control its own maritime areas, preventing a strategic void that can be used against the interests of Portugal and its allies. NATO has recently identified ways to promote its technological edge, creating innovation structures and accelerators that enable the creation of a transatlantic community of innovation and support for the development of disruptive technologies. As an example, the development of NATO's Innovation Fund, as well as the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, DIANA, and its network of test centers. The NATO Innovation Fund will aim to secure funding for startups developing emerging and disruptive dual-use technologies. The fund will allow allies to keep abreast of the latest technologies and critical capabilities for collective defense and crisis management. Through DIANA, NATO hopes to work even more closely with industry, startups, and academia to identify and develop new generation of technologies in response to defense and security needs. Since the launch of this initiative at the Brussels Summit, several allies have offered to host the headquarter test centers and acceleration sites support to the DIANA network in Europe and North America. Portugal, in a joint initiative, also made itself available to host the regional office, a test center, and an innovation accelerator. This process culminated with the acceptance of the Operational Experimentation Center of the Navy as a test center and the Arsenal Dual Fate shipyard as an innovation accelerator. In addition to the establishment of a NATO test center and in line with the Navy's strategic initiatives designed to strengthen the innovation facilitators, contributing to the development and operational experimentation of new capabilities and technologies, the Navy expressed the interest to implement a free technological zone in the same location in Troia Peninsula. This location hosts the internationally recognized largest NATO exercise in the field of operational experimentation of unmanned maritime systems that is promoting defense, innovation, and multidisciplinary teamwork, not only in the framework of NATO, but also with the European Defence Agency. Moreover, the concept of a focused and holistic Navy with a comprehensive role in the military and non-military spheres, supported by technologically advanced capabilities, will maximize its usefulness in protecting and promoting the national interests at sea. Confirming the role of the Navy as an essential instrument for affirming the geostrategic value of the Portuguese Sea and an Atlantic Portugal as a driver for the development and knowledge of the seas. At the national level, with the contribution of academia and industry, the Navy began the process of establishing a free technological zone focused on the ocean, in particular in solutions related to security and defense. This zone, co-located with the Operational Experimentation Center of the Navy, covers a maritime area of approximately 1,000 square kilometers offshore Troia Peninsula. This area includes the Setúbal Canyon, with depths greater than 1,500 meters near shore, thus providing an optimal environment to test and experiment different technologies to apply at sea, including deep sea. With the deep sea in mind, the Navy, in coordination with the Maritime Administration, considered the installation of a multi-purpose platform allowing to generate an offshore technological and industrial value chain where the marine industries can play a central role in new technologies in the area of communications, automation, and electronics can have a strong growth potential. It should also be noted that multipurpose platforms have environmental and economic advantages and can contribute to an optimization of maritime space planning, with the possibility to installing research and development projects and marine border defense and surveillance equipment. In this context, it is crucial to maximize national technology independence throughout the participation of industry and academia in the processes of development and introducing technological advanced capabilities in the operational framework of the Navy. In this process, it will be decisive to bet on innovation, support, and logistic efficiency, on incorporation and appropriation of new knowledge in open and non-proprietary architectures, as well as on digitization and the current technological revolution, such as robotization, artificial intelligence, hyperconnectivity networks, and emerging and disruptive technologies. The Recovery and Resilience Plan, RRP for Portugal, approved by the European Council last year, includes a number of relevant investments with an impact on the ocean. One of these investments is the Naval Multipurpose Platform. This platform will integrate state-of-the-art technology, allowing the strengthening of operational and scientific capabilities. These new and innovative assets, acting in areas such as surveillance and control of national maritime spaces, underwater monitoring, scientific research, and hydrooceanography, will be able to perform tasks related to maritime search and rescue and direct support to populations in response to crises, natural emergencies, or man-made disasters. And from a military perspective, mine countermeasures, force projection, and evacuation of national citizens. The operational capability of the multipurpose platform will also be maximized by the ability to incorporate ship containerized modules integrated on board, as well as to operate systems, equipment, or sensors under the module concept of ready to install according to the mission. However, innovation is not just technology. A technologically advanced Navy require material and human readiness to overcome the challenges that will arise in the future. In a world where the internet is present in everyone's daily life, it becomes vital to pay attention to reality, identifying threats and analyzing risks. For Portugal, the sea is not only a national plan. It is something inherent in its own history and DNA. The sea is essential for foreign trade, imports of essential goods and energy, exploitation of natural resources, and finally, to maintain security, freedom of action and movement within our strategic triangle, a key factor of national unity and cohesion. Therefore, the Portuguese Navy is and will be participating in this conference in the coming days and intends to be, above all, an active, enthusiastic, and committed partner with all those who, in Portugal and abroad, also share the same desire to put innovation at sea at the service of protection and well-being of the citizens. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral, for a very strong message. Of course, we are completely willing to collaborate on that endeavor. So, nevertheless, everything is not about technology and products. It's also more and more about perceptions, about beliefs, about what people think. So we found it to be very interesting to give you to make the invitation to Lars Lindblad from Kent, which will give us the results, a presentation of the results they made in terms of public perception for aviation and defense, which, of course, in terms of what the challenges, as José mentioned, sustainability is more and more important to understand what people need so that we can work towards that objective. So Lars is online. I didn't mention, we managed to have more or less everyone here physically, but Lars could not, unfortunately, join us here, so he will share his presentation online. Lars?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Go ahead. Thank you.
Do you hear me and see my slides?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Very sorry for not having an opportunity to come and visit you. I was in Portugal over Easter and decided to come back as often as possible to your lovely country, but hopefully another time. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present part of our study that we made for AED Europe. And this is just a glimpse of our quite extensive study, where we will in a couple of weeks or so hand over our final report to AED. And we were assigned to study the perception of these, let's say, two markets, civil aviation, manufacturing, and defense industries. Then come up with a strategy to increase reputation for the industries. Let me just very shortly present myself and the company I represent. So my name is Lars Lindblad. I am a partner at Kex TNC. And sorry, it was going around here, but it works better now. Sorry. So a partner at Kex TNC. Kex TNC is a global strategic communications firm with about 300 consultants in 14 offices that you see to the right. We are owned by the Publicis Group, which is the world's third largest communications group. We are specialized in strategic communications, and the capabilities that we used in this work for AED is basically our research, analytics, and insights capabilities, our public affairs capabilities, and our corporate reputation and positioning. I have been at Kex TNC for about 11 years, and before that I was in politics. I was a member of the Swedish Parliament, and which works pretty well with this assignment. I was a spokesperson of environment for my party and also a member of the defense committee. So I have seen also the other side and also been part of the European Parliament and some other political assignments before. So let's kick off for the presentation here. We have a short time for this. So the assignment was to analyze public perception and the discussion that's going on in media and social media around these two industries, and to give advice on how to address the challenges. So what we did was that we did a polling. We decided together with ASD to focus on 6 markets. It was not possible because of budget reasons to go for EU 27 plus 1, but we went for 6 demonstration markets. That was France, Germany, UK, Poland, Sweden, and Italy. We did a significant. We did a polling in 6,104 people totally, with significant relevance, and we went through a lot of different polling data points, about 2.5 million data points that we went through this study. In parallel, we also, as I said, analyzed the social media and the media discussions with social media listening, and had the opportunity to go back about 1 year from 15th of March until 15th of March last year. So we went through about 3,779 articles and over 55,000 conversations in these 6 markets. And then we added also a market that we call the EU bubble, also to understand the European discussion. We went through Twitter, Reddit, online news, and forums across all markets in this 7 markets. So what I will present today is a glimpse, I said, of this analysis. It's sort of the current landscape for the industries, the recognized risks that we see, especially when it comes to civil aviation, carbon concerns, and what we call for defense dissonance. And also, not the least important, also the perceived opportunities that we can see, and some short words about the recommendation that we will come back on a bit later to ASD. So the current landscape, we start with that. As you see here, we measured the perception of different industries, especially connected to your industries, but also a benchmark to other industries that we know people have a clear opinion on. And when it comes to the aircraft manufacturers, we must say that there is a very strong positivity score. There's a net score of plus 48, which is very strong. Surprisingly strong, we would say. It aligned with car manufacturers, which is of course very much more close to your own life in daily life. But we also see, of course, there are other industries that are very supported. I mean, we know traditionally large supermarkets are very popular among people, but also software companies. And you can see here that aircraft manufacturers have a very strong reputation. About 70% proportion of people with a positive views on aircraft manufacturers. What is expected, but it's also very, very clear, is the reputation of defense companies, which are struggling much more. The perception of the industries are much weaker than aircraft manufacturers. We will go through some of the reasons for that a bit later. But as well, you can also say, because it is controversial in many ways, and you know that better than me, and the whole discussions in your countries around these issues, even if it's shifting right now, of course, the perception when we actually need the material that you produce and the services. But it could be worse. Let's also compare with social media companies, for example. When we people use every day, but they have a very, very weak perception. And look upon the oil and gas companies that actually have a negative net score. So in that concern, I mean, it's not very far from the pharmaceutical companies, and it's much higher than the social media and oil and gas companies. So that's also, let's also see that as an opportunity. So some of the conclusions: recognize risks, what we call carbon concerns. So we asked people who they blame for the emissions in the aviation industry. We know that is one of the main topics, and I think you also know that very well. And we asked them, who do you blame for the aviation CO2 emissions? And what is very interesting to see here is that we could have expected that people would blame business passengers, holiday travelers, governments. The whole discussion of flight shame is very interesting in this, and stronger in some countries than others. But it's clearly that people, when we ask them who is responsible, they put airlines first, the buyers of the airplanes and the technologies, and then comes the aircraft manufacturers. And what is, of course, of concern for your industry is that they blame these two industries over oil companies, and that is something that we have to explore and discuss further. However, when we ask people on how they think, who they think their industries are moving fast enough or not fast enough to lower CO2 emissions, and we compare it to other industries. The part of you that produces private jets have a very negative score here, and still also on passenger planes, and also if you, in comparison, also lorries are seen as a problem, especially if you compare it to trains, family cars, buses. And what was a bit of a surprise for us as well is also that if in comparison to SUVs that are often used as examples in the discussion on who are sort of to be ashamed of the CO2 emissions, it's clearly that the SUVs are also have a weak position, but actually slightly stronger than the passenger planes. So this is clearly something to address. 65% say that passenger planes are not transitioning fast enough in this. They don't really see and recognize the work that is done. It's clear. But if we turn this around and see what is the best argument for your government not to support the civil aviation industry? It is clear that it's connected to climate change, and it shows no signs of reducing its CO2 emissions, comes very much at a top. However, if you want to see this positively, is that this is something that you as an industry could address and change. What would have been much more tough for your industry is if you go down to the bottom of the list and see it's not a high-tech industry. We can import our planes or engines from other countries instead. It is an outdated industry. It has a very, very low support. So we can isolate the problem in perception for the industry as you have to be clear on how you are addressing and how you are addressing the climate issue. When it comes to the more professional dialogue in social media, and especially also in media, online media, we had the opportunity to analyze. It's very clear that this is driven very much about, you see it here, the biggest topic during last year until this year has been around sustainable aviation fuels. That is the biggest topic, and it's very slightly negative described as well. The media, the professional sector is driving quite a negative discussion around that in connection to this to the industry. The interesting thing is that our analysis just slightly touched on the Ukrainian, the invasion or Russian invasion on Ukraine. So it would be really interesting to take a look in half a year or so and see the effects. But we see that it started to emerge, that discussion. And you see that in below left as a very separate discussion. But it's very clearly it's the majority of the discussion is, or the biggest discussion is around climate relation. When it comes to the media discussion, we can also see that there are differences between the markets. We can say that in the UK, Germany, and Sweden is much more negative around these discussions around the aviation. It's clearly driving the discussions, while let's say the EU bubble, Poland, France, there's a difference. It's not that of importance as is in the three countries I just mentioned, and Italy is a little bit in between. So, but this is interesting to see the different sentiments across the markets to compare the differences, and there's more in the reports about this. When it comes to the defense sector, we would call it the defense dissonance as a recognized risk. That's it. So when you see the reputation about what you are producing underperforms the reality, very much so. Even if we isolated the issue to export to NATO and EU countries and not to other countries that could be questioned, it's very clear that the defense industry, when we ask what kind of perception people have of different kind of materials or systems that you produce, it's clearly that there's a stronger support for non-lethal equipment and defensive equipment in comparison to lethal equipment or offensive equipment. So products like bulletproof vests, electronic systems, cyber defense system has a stronger support than, very much more stronger support than like bombs, rockets, cruise missiles. And that has, of course, its reasons. But it might also be a little bit in a change, because we see right now quite a big support for the exports going on to the Ukraine to defend their democracy and liberty. So there might be a shift right now, but how long term it is, that's more unclear. So we also asked, what do you think are the best arguments for governments not to support the defense industry in your country? I think if we would have asked this question in the end of the 60s, the beginning of the 70s, it would be slightly different. What we see in the low is very much a very low score for arguments like it's immoral to produce weapons at all. It would simply lead to more fighting, lead to more human rights abuses, very low. What people are more scared of is that the weapons will fall into the wrong hands, like terrorists, authoritarian governments, and the risk of harming civilians. There's actually a plus 55 net support for defense equipment subject to strict export controls as well. So that is something that the industry has to think about. So the more you discuss export controls, which are already applied, of course, but the more you discuss that, the more the people think that they need stronger control on this, so it's not ending up in the wrong hands. That is, of course, also an opportunity that it's not seen as an immoral thing or it lead to more fighting. It's actually seen as genuine concerns about what's happening with it. There is a very negative sentiment in the professional discussion around this in connection to around weapons productions and defense sector. We don't really have time to really crunch through this, but we can really see that there are very big differences between different countries. It's slightly different from the other one that we showed, but it's very clear that leading journalists and online commentators have a very negative sentiment about the defense industry, and that has to be addressed in some extent. And it's very clear that Germany is standing out with a very negative sentiment, while the discussion in the EU level is more professional, and countries like Sweden and Italy has a stronger support for the defense industry. And I think also for Sweden, I'm a Swede myself, it's very connected to sort of the independence and also a long-term skepticism and being a bit afraid of the Russians, and which is now, of course, boosted quite heavily. So going into the perceived opportunities, we ask, which of the following do you think is the most important role of aviation for you? This is very interesting in connection to the discussion about the climate change. So 55% of those most skeptical about the climate impacts of civil aviation think that the essential framing is the best. So to say, flying is essential for people to move around the world, has the strongest support. And also even the possibility to go on foreign holidays or moving cargo around, also connecting families. Those kind of arguments are working also towards the people that are skeptic about the climate impact. What is not working so well with the public is all the issues around allowing businesses to export, operating across companies to operate across borders, and the aerospace industry supports job and investment here. Those kind of arguments does not work as well as the sort of the essential frame, which is also a big opportunity for the industry as we see it. When it comes to the defense industry, we see clearly all arguments that are around very indifferent then to the aviation industry, jobs, tech, and this kind of, and also the spin-off factor is also a very strong argument for the sector. And then also the essential part, the second tier, as we call it here, is around, this is before, mainly before, in the beginning of the Ukrainian situation, but it's also to respond to Russia and China, stay ahead of potential enemies, and also in solidarity to our militaries, that they deserve the best weapons and protection. That kind of arguments work very, very well. While the connection between the defense industry to the rest of the financial impact from the industries is working quite vaguely, boost the economy overall, to support the existing jobs in the defense sector, but also arguments like supporting our allies, and also more, maybe, if I may say, protectionist arguments like we don't want to import defense equipment from outside Europe or rely on foreign countries to import weapons. This kind of arguments doesn't work that well in comparison to these other two tiers that I mentioned, which is of course also a potential that we see. So the main conclusions to finish this off is that, I mean, around the aircraft manufacturers, we have this very strong reputation, but there are areas for improvement and areas to defend. And the public and the politicians clearly don't see the efforts made to reach climate neutrality. But if you can address that in a reliable way, there is opportunity to change the perception for the whole industry, which is very positive. The defense industry suffers from a very relatively low reputation. We presently recognize an upward trend. So if we had measured the industry right now, we think that the understanding why the defense industry is a necessity has a much stronger impact. But there is a question on, I mean, when we are going to a more normal situation, how sustainable is this trend? It needs to be more strongly fundamented than it is today. So just to mention very shortly the potential there are. We think that targeted communication is a strong tool to move perception, and we will advise ASD to take on an opportunity to raise awareness and educate and to drive improved reputation in the industry. That's clearly needed to address the problems. We will not support any ideas around going for advertising towards public. We think that's very costly and very ineffective. And to go for like a perception shift campaign in advertising in 27+1 countries, it's very, very costly, very inefficient. We think, however, that using digital tools, digital campaigning, to work towards the key target groups and try to change their perceptions when it comes to journalists and politicians could work. And we think also that ASD can be an enabler and facilitator to achieve an increased common understanding of the sector's overall communications effort and be the impartial voice for the industries. However, the role between local organizations and the pan-European organizations is something that has to be discussed very thoroughly before going further. But that's a little bit of what we are heading with this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lars. Thank you very much. I forgot to say that this was a study made exactly for AED, for which doesn't know, it's the Aeronautics, Space and Defense Association at the European level. So thank you very much, Lars. I think this will be the beginning of a good partnership between us. So we intend to have maybe another moment at the fall where we try to go into a little bit more into this and maybe look specifically to Portugal. So looking forward to collaborate. Thank you very much, Lars, for accepting the invitation, and see you soon, okay? Thank you very much. So
thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So I would like to call now the next speaker, which is Ricardo Conto, President for the Portugal Space Agency, which will tell us about the new challenges for Europe in space. Thank you very much, Ricardo.
So good morning everyone. Nice to see some faces in presence here. I see the mayor, Hugo, Rogério, some old colleagues. It is quite impressive to see this public perception about the aeronautics and how we understand the main trends and our needs, and particularly the environment that is hidden in these conversations. But let me just start and I'm bring to you a space and the perspectives for space in Europe, and particularly the moment that we are living today. If we had plans to organize these sessions of the AED Days in January, probably our discussions were about the pandemics, the effects of the pandemics, the value chains, the logistics, the impacts of the aviation. But what is true is the world was changed on the last 24th of February. And we are still living, of course, this abrupt change of our lives to the pandemic. But since 24th of February, we have another abrupt moment, which is the version 2.0 of the Cold War. So I think we are lucky to testifying, and we are a witness of these two moments in history that, of course, changing our lives and impact our lives and the way we understand also the perspectives for the aeronautic sector. And there are, of course, several impacts, and one of the main impacts for sure is the deglobalization. So I think we are in a new moment that particularly also to increase the resilience of the countries, and we observe somehow back to some regional productions. So the countries start to be close, particularly in the European Union, we start to look for the resilience in a different perspectives that we looked at before, or the 24th of February. And of course, there are also some interests for the countries, and particularly in some sectors. The autonomy in the energy, this is one of the main, let's say, drive for their sovereignty, and of course, the primary sector, the food itself. But they are also to reinforce the rules of the peace, particularly become strong with the national defenses. I think we are in the moment that we are taking a different importance to the national defenses. And the pandemic, of course, opened the door to a more resilient Europe, and of course more autonomy, and also more independence. There are persons that don't like these words of the independence of an economy, but of course it resulted in several initiatives to increase this resilience. And one is what we observed and we are taking benefits, which is the recovery plan and the opportunities that the recovery plan brought to us, and particularly the sector of space. And of course, the war in Ukraine opened the door to increase the union of Europe, and particularly in the idea of a common defense. This is something it was forgotten in our dialogue. But I think that particular idea of a common defense and to increase the strategic alliances and looking for an open debate about the European defense strategy. So we don't, or in the past, we didn't see how to link space, particularly in Europe, with the defense. And more space is present in the defense. Also, we have another front, and particularly which seems not so urgent compared with the pandemic, pandemic and also the war in Ukraine. It is this silent and catastrophic path that impacts all of us and put in cause our existence. It's the climate change and sustainability of our planet. Of course, the scale that we are talking here is, we cannot compare with the pandemic and also the war in Ukraine. The thing is, we are not giving the real importance of the climate change. And why I'm talking about this, and because this represents a huge opportunity for space. Europe is now confronted with their fragilities and also the dependencies in space, and in particular in some areas. Let me focus in some of these areas. One is access to space. The second one, the propulsion components, and also the raw materials, but also the lack of the programs to human space exploration. And we see, for example, currently in Europe, we are blocked in access to space. Ariane 6 is not there yet. We have so many initiatives to develop new small and micro launchers. They are not there. We have the dependence of the Ukrainian engines for Vega C. And of course, we have the dependence of thrusters for satellites, dependence on Russia thrusters for satellites for electric propulsion in this case. So, in a positive way, this dependence brought us the importance to put in our agenda the discussion to the next programs on the next 3 years, 4 years, and to prepare the main drivers to take decisions to particularly in the European Space Agency, to frame these programs to become Europe more resilient and independent on access to space, and particularly in the race of space. And particularly in the race of space and this LEO space economy, we need to the human space exploration in the perspective to a more permanent persons, permanent humans in orbit. And also in consequence of this, we start a discussion to prepare a prospective programs in Europe to assure the independence of Europe in access to space by humans and their permanence in orbit. This is a positive, let's say, consequences of this war in Ukraine. And another dimension, Europe needs to be prepared to the next steps in the LEO economy, what is so-called in-orbit servicing. For example, the manufacturing in orbit. For example, mining, the space planetary defense, space debris and sustainability of the space as a common good. This is a huge problem, but this is also a huge opportunity. We see rising some initiatives for space debris monitoring, ground-based space debris monitoring, the perspective of space-based monitoring. Also, the debris removal, some pilot projects. So this is under the initiatives that we are also preparing in Europe for new programs to in-orbit servicing. Also, in this perspective of the debris, the main programs that we are now addressing for the space traffic management. This idea how to regulate the use of outer space. The idea how to coordinate our actions between the countries, between agencies, to implement a truly space traffic management. And of course, the challenge that we have together with Copernicus and Galileo, the new upcoming idea of the secure communications that ensures that Europe to have a strong secure communication system based on quantum, based on the publicly regulated services, and this is the drive change for the next programs on the European Union. And lastly, the huge importance of the role of defense to shape and to push the space landscape in Europe. This is something that is not new. We see this in the US, and we need more involvement of defense in the space programs in Europe. It seems that this new moment that we are living today is forcing us to a more, let's say, Europe, a union of Europe, in particular, to discuss the new space programs and to the defense. And of course, there are rising new projects, new programs, and particularly new agencies that will take care about these new pillars for space in Europe. And more and more, space to defense becomes an operational environment. And this is something that we need to look in a perspective to push for the commercialization of space in Europe. And this is something that we are missing, this discussion. I think, to conclude, we are living really an opportunity to look in the several dimensions that this door that was open for the world in Ukraine, to give the perception that we need to go forward and combine the several dimensions where space can act and can benefit. And particularly, let me conclude, I think this is a natural evolution, and we are missing time during a lot of conversations and do not involve some stakeholders that are really important, and particularly the European Defence Agency in the perspectives of the programs for space. This is something that I want to share with you, the perspectives that Europe is trying to tailoring in the next frame particularly with the European Space Agency, and the involvement of the different stakeholders, the different agencies in the common goal to have strong space programs in Europe. I think the next 3 years we will have some news, particularly how we will structure these programs in the upcoming ambition, of course, in the European Space Agency, in the European Agency for Space Program, and of course also with European Defence Agency. Space will be more and more permanent in these 3 dimensions of space. So thank you very much. This is something that I want to share you in the good perspectives that we can take some lessons for what's happened in this, not only the pandemic, but also the result of this moment that we are living today after the 24th of February. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. It's always a pleasure to have the Portugal Space Agency here with us. And now, as a final keynote speaker, before going to the break, is Klaus Müller, which was, I had the luck of hearing 1 month ago within the EACP, which is the Association for Aerospace Clusters. And I immediately decided that I would like to invite him to come here, and he will talk about the outlook for the aerospace and defense. So go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I hope
Thank you.
You all enjoy. Thank you.
So it's working. You can listen carefully. I was invited 4 weeks ago, and when I was asked to give a presentation here, I was, of course, very happy, very pleased to speak here from this, in front of the Portugal cluster. And the idea was, what is it? Is it a perfect storm? Are we behind it, or are we in front of it? 4 weeks later, I think my immediate reaction is now, sorry, so let me start this here, was that we are in the middle of it. And to be honest, I'm now, roughly 60 years old. I'm in the industry since 35 years, and I haven't seen such a situation in all of my career so far. So we are in the middle of a geopolitical tsunami, which I will give you a quick insight in that. I will give you an overview of the aerospace situation and the global context. And sorry, I will also be happy to spend some time with you to look in the far future, as we have already had some good insights from the previous keynotes. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge of today is we are living now in a world where everything is out of the angles. It's at least the world in turmoil, and Rui gave me 15 minutes to explain it, analyze it, explain it, and give some implication. This was exactly his words. So this is definitely the challenge for me today, to stay in time, and I'm pretty sure I will overrun. And so but it's definitely a topic which we have to cope with in the ecosystem of the aerospace. So the Ukraine-Russian war, I think this is named quite obvious, and this is very, very, very critical in the near future, in the global environment overall. We will face a lot of economical issues, the global famine, all this stuff. You read it every day in the news. We will also see at least a geopolitical split. I grew up in this Cold War section, and I think Ricardo mentioned it already. So we are returning to this splitted life into blocks. And sorry, we have still COVID out there. I had it, a lot of people had it so far, but we have still to cope with it. There was 6 million dead in the past years, and we have to cope that it will return. And there is still this leadership competition between US and China, which is at least changing into something new. Is it a coexistence? Is it a separation? We don't know so far. And at the end, and I'm very grateful that this is mentioned quite often in the keynotes up front, there is the climate goal. There is still the climate change in front of us, which we have to cope with. And it's already mentioned from Lars in his survey that the public recognition is turning red. The aerospace ecosystem becomes, and sorry to say that very clear, becomes the next goal if we are not delivering enough technology to cope with this public perception. Jumping back, and I was at least maybe a quick word what aerodynamic is. We are a small boutique company located in Michigan and in Ann Arbor in Michigan in US. We have some outlets here in Germany and in Oslo, close to Oslo. And we are asked many questions from our clients all over the world, especially on the aerospace, or only on the aerospace ecosystem. And of course, after the Russian invaded the Ukraine, we have been asked, what is the impact? And we luckily 2 years ago, 2 years before COVID, we started an initiative where we screened at least the value creation, the global value creation, and it's at least the impact on Russia and in the aerospace ecosystem and in the supply chain is very limited. It's maybe 1% in the global traffic. It's maybe 4% in the MRO. And at the moment, we are considering that all these 700 aircraft in the system in Russia are stolen, are gone. They will leave. They will leave it. They will leave the air after a while. And this is maybe a 4% dip in the MRO market. So in general, this brings a hit, but this will not at least be the biggest impact in the actual situation. On the other hand, it brings also a lot of new chances for the European suppliers, and I will come to this later because we heard this already. Resilience is the new buzzword. Resilience is the next digitalization. I think this is definitely coming in our business environment immediately. The most important subject affecting our industry is at least the ongoing Chinese COVID policy. These ongoing lockdowns are eating up, and this is a number from a German institute, sorry. They're eating up 46 billion per month in China, value creation. 46 billion per month is a big number. And you see here, with one of the outcome, the container ships waiting in front of China, this is a clear indication what's going on there. And we are still facing the Chinese don't change their COVID policy. This will keep to lockdown after lockdown after lockdown, which are disrupting at least the supply chain, the global supply chains all over. This is driving the inflation. This is driving at least the shortages we are facing in many areas, not only in the aerospace industry. Coming to the aerospace industry, we are doing at least a lot of forecasting, of course, and our actual forecast I'd like to share with you is we are thinking that the commercial air traffic will return to a pre-COVID level, which is 2019, maybe in the fourth quarter 23, and it will start at least to ongoing growth, but of course it will not close the gap pre-COVID within a time frame of the next 10 years. So we see that there is still at least a lot of headwind with the Chinese COVID policy, of course, with the weakened GDP, and there is maybe some pushback, some tailwinds, which are having positive impacts. At the moment, we see in the actual quarter, we see a lot of headwinds from China and from the inflation, and at least also from some impacts out of the Ukraine war. We are living, and I mentioned this, in this perfect storm, so we are facing a lot of different issues. I already spoke about the geopolitical disruptions. We have skyrocketing fuel and energy pricing. This is definitely an issue we all face at least every second, every third day at the gas station. We have skyrocketing inflation rates. In Germany, we are facing at the moment an inflation rate on food between 20 and 30%. I ask myself, do I live in an emerging, or in some banana republic sometimes? But we all have to face this. And there is the labor shortage. It was mentioned slightly in some of the previous keynotes, but this is definitely an issue, because I think, Jose, you mentioned this. Young people, they want to have a work-life balance jobs, which is not living and working in the hamster wheel anymore. They want to have a different labor life, or a different, at least business life. We have the supply chain disruptions. I mentioned this already. Some positive tailwinds are at least the increased cargo demand. This is having a positive impact on the aerospace industry, and I have some good forecasts, or we made some good forecasts, and which says that, or which we analyzed already, the cargo conversion, or the passenger to cargo conversion aircraft is sold out for the next 5 years. So there are a lot of new players to come who are entering into this market, who are investing into cargo and packs to cargo conversions. There's definitely the shift in the single aisle market and the reduced business travel. This is not playing that hard. A lot of airlines already started to make money because they were able at least to bring very quick their cost basis on a very positive base, which allowed them to generate margins, positive margins, so they could cope with reduced business travel so far. So most of the airlines, especially in Europe, are slowed down or reduced their cost basis significantly, which is having at least a very positive effect on their balance sheets and profit and losses. Another forecast I'd like to share with you is our new production forecast. Now, we have definitely this heavy impact in the aircraft production in 2020, where at least the production dropped from 4,500 airplanes down at least to nearly 3,000, mainly driven by the commercial airplanes. All military and business aviation returned quickly into a normal production scheme. Also the civil rotary wings went immediately back in their traditional patterns. But of course, the air transport, or the civil air transport, was still whatever driving this drop, and we see that will recover slow, a little bit at least driven by the narrow bodies. Wide bodies are still out of a positive function, though Airbus and Boeing are still struggling to sell wide bodies so far. There is at least also some glimpses on the upcoming horizon, but we have to face it at least. There is no new volume program in sight. The A320 and the 737 MAXes are the volume programs, the mass programs in our industry, if it comes at least to commercial aviation and to commercial air transport. At the moment, on the pipeline, there are a few freighters. There is at least a possible imagination of Boeing that they will come with the next mid-size aircraft, or maybe a next generation single aisle. But everything points out at least that the next volume program is not coming to the market before mid-30s, so 10 years, 10, 12, 30 years from now. And this is definitely an issue which is at least keeping the supply chain very alerted so far, because there is no shift into a new program. A new program will deliver a new technology bump or boost to generate a lot of new activities in the supply chain. And at the end, there is still the big elephant sitting in the corner. And I would be happy to have it here. And I learned a few days ago that we already made it, that the elephants are on the extinguished lists. So I would be happy to have one here. But unfortunately, we turned the globe into something we have to learn to cope much better with this planet. And you mentioned it with Sarah's comment that this is very important, that we are taking care on the planet. And the big elephant is at least that there is our responsibility to live at least with this ESG topic. The environmental and sustainability and the social, and at least all the government needs to be transferred into a new setup, and also for the aerospace ecosystem in total. Unfortunately, we are living in an industry which has the longest life cycles I can imagine. Of course, coal. Do we want to be coal? I don't. So we are living here in this sandwich position that we need to move, but all the commercials from Airbus and Boeing and all the other manufacturers tell them, don't move, everything is fine. We don't need new technology because we have sky-high order books. We have sold 10,000 aircraft already, and if you guys are coming with a new technology, with a new airplane, we have to write off this. This is the fact. And we have to cope with it. I don't blame it. I was a controller in my early life too, so I fully understand what they're doing. On the other hand, we have this elephant sitting here. And the acceptance was already raised by Lars, and we need to at least go much further to the new energy sources and new propulsion systems as we have. And there is, I think it was framed a little bit, this new aircraft or advanced air mobility concepts, which might help us a little bit in the short term to work on the acceptance. Yeah? But we are definitely behind our targets. The industry is behind the targets. There is no new mass platform out there. The transport industry is moving behind all other industries, and now we are coming with some ideas. And the automotive guys, they will shift within 2 at least life cycles the industry to a green technology. So I heard a few days ago that BMW in Munich announced they want to build in Munich in the next year 50% of all cars as e-cars. No hybrid cars, e-cars. And this is a clear signal. So the automotive industry is committed towards their goals, and so they will steal themselves away out of the responsibility, which leaves at least the aerospace again in this sandwich situation, because there is no new announcement. New turboprop from Embraer, maybe nice, maybe not, I don't know. New turboprop from ATP, I rather doubt. There is some German initiative, some stupid ideas, I don't comment this. And there is at least no mass platform out there. So if I look closely into this picture, we will not see a significant mass platform before mid-30s, and we will have maybe then 20% less fuel consumption, and we will have maybe another 20 years, which is driving us to the 2050s to commit at least to a greener technology in the aerospace ecosystem. There are some digitalization initiatives which might help to drive this technology. Of course, Industry 4.0 is used in many conferences, in many boardrooms as the help of the future. On the other hand, from model-based system engineering up to additive manufacturing, there are opportunities. There are technologies out there which could accelerate this development and technology path. And I was asked, at least at the end, also to make some thoughts, what could be at least some implications, some high-level implications. And I'm very happy that most of this is already mentioned in the keynotes. The green energy is something where Portugal, I would think, is very rich. So green energy is definitely an opportunity. Together with the resilience and the in-farming of our new geopolitical ecosystem, this is definitely delivering for the Portuguese aerospace sector an opportunity. And the world is at the moment preparing to reshore casting and forgings. Maybe an idea. Labor availability. It was mentioned that you have the best opportunities, at least, to serve young people, to make people spending their life, their career, in maybe a better work-life balance than in, I would say, in Hamburg. And of course, you have, and this venue is at least making this very clear, you have a lot of opportunities, a lot of new technologies out there which could be spurred by universities and digitalization. So you can definitely develop here a cluster with new startups, with very effective SMEs, and at least you have the access to the existing system. So you have at least a good reputation, you have everything which is needed at least to be a valued and effective partner in the industry over the next whatever upcoming, let's say, 28 years, because in 2050, most of us, we will not be here anymore, but we have to make sure that the responsibility for our children and grandchildren is at least started right now to ensure that the world will still, like Sarah is requesting, our only one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Klaus. Thank you very much, Klaus. Excellent presentation as always. So we are a little bit late, but I think we should aim at getting back at 11:40. Okay, so we'll give us a 50-minute break. You have coffee and cakes here. So we'll join here 50 minutes from now. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Let's start the session. We're already running late. So thank you again all for joining us. So we will start. We'll start this new period until lunchtime. So I would like to call Maria Graça Carvalho from the European Parliament, which will give us a keynote speech about the role of the Horizon Europe Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking for the sustainable future of aeronautics. If you come to the stage, thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank the kind invitation to be here. It's always very nice to be back to talk in Portugal, to talk in Tagus Park. Actually, we are with a delegation of members of the European Parliament exactly visiting Tagus Park. They are visiting around while I'm here. So it's the reason that I cannot stay the full day with you because I'm part of that delegation, but was a good coincidence that was exactly the same day. So we, as you all know, and we all suffered the consequence, we are undergoing in Europe difficult situations following a pandemic, following now the invasion of Ukraine by Russia that puts severe challenge to many industrial sectors, and one of them is exactly aviation. And so it's because of that one of the priorities that we have in the European policies, and namely in Horizon, in the biggest program of research and innovation in Europe, that is Horizon Europe. One of the priorities is research in aeronautics. I have the privilege to have been a rapporteur of the public-to-private partnerships, the institutionalized public-to-private partnerships that are about 11 partnerships. One of them is the clean aviation that is built on the success of the Clean Sky that most of you will know. But there are other partnerships that not exactly focus on the aviation sector, but have a lot of synergies and could interest to you. Starting, for example, the clean hydrogen, because the clean aviation is dealing a lot with hydrogen, so the partnership on clean hydrogen should be one of the also in your radar for future projects, and also all the partnerships in the area of ICT. We have the high performance computing partnership. There was already a decision that one of the supercomputers is going to be placed in Portugal, and that is very good for the area of your area, because you require massive computer power for the both combustion modeling and fluid flow modeling and the total integration. And this is going to be located in the north of Portugal, but serving mainly coordinated by University of Minho, but serving the whole country and connect to the European network of high-performance computing. We have also the key digital technologies, public-to-private partnership, mainly devoted to microprocessors, but now is going to be update and have more funding, and is going to be called SHIPS joint undertaking. So it is part of this initiative taken by Commissioner Breton on promoting that Europe regains some competence and manufacturing, because we have competence in in research, but we have lost a lot of competence and of capability of manufacturing in microprocessors. So that is an effort on that area. So it's something that is also of interest to you. And a new partnership that is the networks leading with 5G and 6G, so on the telecommunication and ICT is a new, completely new, it doesn't follow up a previous partnership that can also be interest for the audience and the people relate with aeronautics. Why we have put a lot of emphasis in the Horizon Europe on public-private partnerships. The challenge that we have facing are so huge that we need to join efforts. So we have increased the budget. For example, in your case, the bulk of the partnerships is around 10 billion euros, but it's not enough for the challenge that we have. So we need to join with the effort and the funding from the private sector, and we also need to do a lot of synergies with other funds. So that is one of the novelties, is to simplify the process of synergies. When we say synergies, is that the project should not be only funding by the joint undertaking, but should be funded by other funds, national funds, other funds of the European budgets, such as the Digital Europe, such as the other joint undertakings, as I've explained, such as the Connect European Facility and the Recovery and Resilience Plan. So the countries that are entitled to Recovery and Resilience Plan, they should make sure that you have enough budget in the Recovery and Resilience Plan to also fund and complement the projects that you get, for example, from the clean aviation public-private partnerships. So we are advocating synergies so that we have projects with a sufficient budget to be able to face the challenge that we have in front of us. And then what is the main one? You know all of them, but the main one that we have in front of us is related with the climate law. We have passed a climate law that gives that sets the reduction of emissions to 55%, and now we are finalizing the negotiations of the package of Fit for 55. That is exactly it, a set of directives, regulations that consubstantiate this reduction of 55%. And one of them is related with aviation. So you need to reduce the emissions until 2030 and to become climate neutral until 2050. And the technology, as you know better than me, in aviation takes time. You are talking about implementing periods quite long. So 2030 is already now. So this, and for us, to achieve these targets is not enough to set up the targets. You need to have the technology that will allow you to achieve these targets. And this is the answer of these partnerships, to funding and to help to achieve the targets that are set by regulation. We have the tendency in Europe to regulate a lot and not to put so much emphasis on technology. I have the opposite view, so I'm trying in my role of the European Parliament to push for funding on the technology that will fit for the purpose of achieving the targets. And that's why that is so important that we see which technologies are required and we fund these technologies to achieve the targets of 2030 and the targets of 2050. So the clean aviation that is just start, it will take 7 years. is divided exactly in these two main objectives. The one has a strategic and innovation agenda and is looking at the target of 2030, and there you need to optimize in certain way what you have, because it's no time to have completely disruptive solutions, and to start immediately also to develop the disruptive solutions that will give you the climate neutrality in 2050. So they are mainly, the Clean Aviation Partnership will be mainly focused in three demonstrators and in three technologies. One of them is the hybrid electrical regional aircraft. The second is the ultra-efficient short and short-medium range aircraft. And the third, more with the view of the 2050, is the disruptive technology to enable hydrogen power aircraft. So at the moment for 2030, we are mainly focused on alternative fuels, but that can be used in the present, in the existing propulsion systems that we have. And for 2050, more to disruptive and alternative solutions like the hydrogen. So for all of this, Clean Aviation Partnership have a structure, a different structure from the Commission. There are a director, a kind of an agency, and promotes the cooperation between industry, research centers, and SMEs, and also smaller institutions. And this is something that I want to stress, what was the role of the European Parliament as rapporteur. So you know, we have a proposal of the Commission, and the Council does its own position, and the Parliament does its own report on the initial report of the Commission. And the main topics that I have stressed in my report, the first one was openness, transparency, and inclusiveness. I always have the feeling in the past that the public-to-private partnerships are instruments that are closed, not so transparent as the other instruments of Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe. There is the tendency to have a certain, and talking openly, there are certain clubs very controlled with the large industry, large countries, and we had made a lot of amendments that were included in order to break this, to make it more transparent, to make more open, to make it more easier for newcomers to participate in these partnerships. Second, we have put several amendments in order to improve the balance, the diversity, the geographical diversity that is a consequence of the first one. So we have very concentrated in few countries. The previous partnership, the budget was very concentrated. We really need to have a better distribution. Of course, is the quality. The only criteria is the quality of the proposal, but if you don't have enough information, if you don't have access, you cannot do, even if you are a top SME or a top research center, you cannot have the same opportunities. So we push for more information, more openness. We also push for more gender diversity. We think that this is an area that is still very few women, and we need to increase the number of women, not only because of the rights of women, but because of the economy. We really need more researchers, more engineers in this area, and you cannot afford to neglect half of the population. And I'm very proud that, for example, in the degree of aerospace of my own university, IST. We have quite a high number of students, of girls, and that is very good. And I hope that they keep in the sector, because sometimes they go to other sectors, especially the ladies drop in to other sectors. So another point that I have stressed is the simplification. So some simplification of the procedures, of the structure, and a better and stronger link with fundamental research. In the previous, in the Clean Sky, you had quite decoupled the demonstrations from the research, the more fundamental research that sometimes was going on ERC grants or in other parts of Horizon 2020, the previous program. So we want to make sure that there is better linked, and that the clean aviation captures the development, the most recent development out of fundamental research that is going on, financed by Horizon Europe or financed elsewhere. So a better link between the technological development and science. The other point is what I have told you, is to simplify the synergies and to promote the synergies with the different national programs and the structural funds and other programs. And finally, something that I think that is very important for the sector is to increase the visibility. This is one of the most successful programs, even with these points, weak points that I have pointed, and I had tried to improve in my report. Clean Sky, now Clean Aviation, is one of the most successful initiatives of the European Union. When we want to give an example, we have succeeded, we have technological leadership, how we cooperate between industry and university, how we put together cohesion countries with more advanced countries. We always think about Clean Sky and Clean Aviation, and we give as an example. But this is mainly for the ones in the sector. The general public do not know a lot about the program, and it's very important when we try to increase the budget, and this is something that I have tried to increase the budget. I managed to put a sentence, but still not a concrete figure. You need to have the support, the general support of the public to increase the public budget. So it's something that you need to take care, the ones that work in the field, is to give more visibility to the general public, that they know how important the spillovers, because it's not only for the sector of aeronautics, the spillovers that has in other industrial sectors and in other advancements in science and technology, and the good that it is for our competitiveness, for jobs, and for our style of life. That is very important, that you are successful, because we don't want, just to conclude, we don't want that the climate law in the Fit for 55 transforms our way of life. We want to continue to be mobile, we want to continue to travel, and it depends on the good technology that we will develop, that we continue to have our European style of life. So good work and a lot of success in your projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clean aviation, of course, is a very important topic for us, namely for those who are interested. Tomorrow we will have a clean aviation focused session in which we will go a little bit more into detail what would be this next call that is coming up, and how to get involved with the local industry and SMEs mainly. We just received the notice that the Minister of Economy is just arriving, so maybe not to interrupt the panel, we'll just make a 5-minute wait so that he can come and give his speech. So just a couple of minutes, and then we will resume with the minister. Thank you. If you could please just wait 1 minute. to the stage to deliver his speech. Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning to everybody. I'd like to thank to Engineer José Neves for the invitation to be here present this morning. I would like to congratulate as well Dr. Francisco Lemos, Vice President of the Oeiras Mary, the authorities that are present, and I will go immediately to our subject. So the cluster for the aeronautics, space and defense for us in Portugal is very important. It's a cluster that is growing in terms of average around 14% in the last 10 years, and it is growing consistently. It's a cluster that drives innovation, brings more technology to the country, and with the partnerships that are established is crucial for the future. When we look to the geopolitical situation today in the world with the aggression of Russia to Ukraine, the geopolitical landscape changed a lot. So the tectonic plates of the geopolitical international system are moving, are shifting quite fast. And this placed Europe in face of a big challenge. Europe, whether it likes or not, is part of a power struggle that is a never-ending story. And finally, Europe is facing the defense issues quite sharply, is developing attitudes, is changing the mental set, and I think this is crucial for the future. It was a big mistake to assume that the Cold War was over, that peace was established forever. We need really to pay a new attention to the defense industries and to the defense technologies in order to protect the international order that is shaped by democracies. If we don't do that, the clash that is going on between democracies and autocracies will lead to a very difficult challenges for the future. And unfortunately, in the last decades, in Europe, few attention was paid to the defense systems and to the development of the cluster of the economy of the defense. In Portugal, in the last 10 years, as I mentioned and as I stressed, we have a growing and a steady pace of development of this cluster. When we look to the aeronautics, it's amazing what the system is doing in connection between the defense system, the institutions, the technology and scientific system. We have more and more fabrication of structures, looking also to new materials, looking to new developments in the science of materials. If we look to this science with graphene, with nanotubes of carbon, fibers of carbon, a lot of changes are induced by the research, and I think this will shape the development of the aeronautics in the future. But it's not only the fabrication of structures, the fabrication of components, it's also the maintenance of the engines, the complexity of the mechanical engineering required to maintain these engines. And I think in the country, we have a pool of talent in engineering. We are the third country in Europe that can each year produce more and more engineers, and this talent is quite relevant to development of these sectors. When we look to the space industry, the country has already a basis for satellite launching in Azores. These are small, medium-range satellites, but in satellite area also a lot of movements and developments are taking course. And if you look to this new generation of satellites, with the reprogramming, the redefinition, they can become tools, fantastic tools to observe the Earth, to observe the ocean, and change completely the way that we approach these big systems that we have to understand and to intervene, but based on knowledge, based on science, based on technology. And I think for the future it's very important in all the area of the satellites that all these developments are linked not only to the observation of the Earth, but also for the observation of the ocean. And in Portugal we pay a lot of attention also to the ocean. We have a project that is presented in the United Nations to extend our economic exclusive zone. If this project is successful, Portugal will become more and more an archipelagic country, so our geodesic center will be placed in the ocean, and we need to change completely our mental set regarding the ocean. And I think the economy of defense and this cluster can play also a huge role. First of all, understanding the ocean, collecting data, and today with satellites, with the drones, with sensors, everything is changing in terms of our understanding in the ocean. There is international project Argo. They place sensors on the top of the ocean. These sensors go to around 2,000 meters in a cycles of 10 days. They go and come up. They provide all the information that we need to understand the ocean in terms of pressure, temperature, oxygen, level of oxygen, acidification, volume of biological resources. And what is happening, our understanding of the ocean is changing completely. And if you connect this understanding with the understanding of the space, maybe we will have better conditions, not only to monitor the effects of our economic system and our way of life in all the Earth systems, but also to provide interventions that are sustainable, that can protect and preserve the ecosystems, not only in the oceans, but also in the Earth, and on this basis, look to the future. We have a project in Portugal that I hope will be implemented, because we are one of the countries that obtained a supercomputer from the European Union, and my idea to use this supercomputer is exactly to focus on the development of twin digitals of the ocean. And if we are able to do that, we will be the first nation in the world to develop these twin digitals. What does that mean? Is to incorporate all the information that we have about the ocean and also about the space in order to produce mathematical models that are able to reveal us where are the biological resources, where are the ecosystems, where are all the key elements that are essential to develop the blue economy. And in terms of Portugal, we have fantastic opportunities for the marine biotechnologies. I strongly believe that the marine biotechnologies will change completely the economy that we have today. We have an economic model that is based on the use of fossil resources and transform resources into garbage in a velocity without parallel in history. We need to reconvert this garbage in resources to use the circular economy, but we need also to develop new ways to produce and replace the most pollutant products that we have on Earth. Plastics can be replaced by biological products. Chemical fertilizers can be replaced by biological products. And so the biomarine technologies have a huge potential. But on top of that, I strongly believe that the next global crisis will be a food crisis. So food is very important. And the ocean with the seaweed, with the more sustainable way to develop the fishing resources can provide a way for the future. And we need also to pay attention to these critical subsystems that are essential for the future. And another issue that is very important, I keep saying that the ocean is a hidden factory of energy. If you look only to the energy of the waves with the amplitudes of the tides, the changes of tides, changes of salinity, the huge potential that as this source of energy goes, and the estimation goes between 20,000 terawatt hours to 80,000 terawatts hour. 20,000 terawatts hours is the total energy consumption in terms of electricity in the world today. The ocean can provide 4 times more. And maybe, taking into account the potential of the ocean in Portugal, we are receiving more and more manifestations of interest from big companies, investors, international entities to explore also this source of energy. And in the future, what I see is maybe these artificial islands spread far from the Portuguese coast, but at the same time in these artificial islands we can produce photovoltaic energy, eolic, offshore. We can use also the energy of waves, and on the bottom of the structures we can develop this system of agriculture. So we'll have this economy of network, sparing the space and treating in a single model different different layers of the economy, of the ocean economy. So in terms of this area, many things are under development. In the area of defense, which is crucial for Europe today, we pay a strong attention, and our cluster in Portugal related to aeronautics, space, and also in terms of defense is looking to that. The marine surveillance is very, very important. And if we get this extended economic exclusive zone, all the systems related with investigation and research of what is happening on the sea are crucial, linked to the integration of technologies, treatment of data, and this will be crucial for the future. So we'll see also a lot of potential on the data processing. Big data will be there. We are a civilization that collects data as never before. If we look to 2020, the total amount of data collected in the world was around 40,000 exabytes. 1 exabyte has 4,000 times the information that we have in the library of the United States Congress, where most of the information that human species developed is stored. And what happened today in 2020, we stored more information, 300 times more information than in 2005. So each 15 years, we are increasing amazingly the amount of information. What is the deficit here? We are not still able to transform all this data in knowledge. And the transformation of data into knowledge, into science, into understanding of the complex systems that we have is a crucial issue for the future. And this is coming, and if you adopt the right practices and the right policies, I think we have a sustainable way for the future. But the cluster of aeronautics, space, and defense is also very important because it's a driver of innovation, is a driver of technology. And through partnerships that were developed with Airbus, with Embraer, we have fantastic projects that were implemented. One of them was the project KC 390 with the SEIA, one of our research centers. More than 700,000 hours of engineers were delivered to this project, and we were able to build this plane, maybe the largest of Embraer, that was built in the factories here in Portugal. And this was a project that starts from A to Z, covering all the chain. And this is another crucial issue related to that, is the control of the chain value, the integration of the chain value, and the added value that is created by these high technology products. And if we are consistent on this approach, I think we will have strong impacts in the future. And we cannot ignore that the ecosystem related with the defense, with the aeronautics, with the space is also a lab, a technological lab for the future. Maybe the mobility in the cities, for the smart cities in the future, will come from these developments with small devices that will be developed in the future. The robotization, the automatization, the virtualization of most of these systems are crucial. And all this is related, one of the key threats that we are facing today is the cybersecurity. And I think, in my view, we will only be able to fight consistently the cybersecurity with the new generation of computers, with the quantum computing, because with quantum computing, as we have 3 major states of processing, the velocity will be much faster. But with this type of computing, if anyone interferes in the system, is detected in the first second. And maybe this extraordinary visit that Richard Feynman, one of the most famous physicists of the United States, that he paid in Los Alamos in the United States, is one of his last visits. He worked there for the atomic project, the Manhattan Project in the United States. And when he was leaving the office, he said to the staff, all these computers one day will be replaced by the quantum computing, and this will be the future. And maybe more and more with the cyber attacks, this is an area of research, and I think is one of the ways that in the future we can maybe respond to this threat, independently of everything that is occurring today, and mainly the use of the virtual machines, the simulation of the networks that are under attack, and in the virtual reality we can speed up the process, detect what is going on, and fight this type of cyber attacks. But it's one of the big threats that we have, and even in terms of democracy, and we have to cope with that. And just to finish, I strongly believe that this cluster interacts with all the areas of our productive system and our entrepreneurial system in Portugal. Maybe this is one of the reasons that in last year our register of patents increased a lot, increased 13%. If you look in the last 10 years, Portugal is one of the countries in the European Union where the register of patents, the protection of the intellectual property has grown more consistently, and this is related with all the system of innovation that we are creating in the country. And I strongly believe with the cooperation of everybody, with the partnerships, both national and international, looking to the challenges and leaving to the human mind creativity to build solutions, we can achieve these proposals. And I strongly believe that the human mind is a master in terms of making miracles, responding to the threats, and creating new ideas. And as in the past, it will be the human mind that will save our species when we are confronted with the huge challenge that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these very interesting insights. So we are officially 1 hour late. So let's start with the next panel, please. I will call all the moderator, Sarah, which will moderate the session, and will make a presentation. Also, maybe just join everyone already. Thank you.
Obrigada, Rui. Actually, we are in perfect time in the place where I come from, in the Azores. It's exactly 11:45, so it's good morning. So now, good afternoon, everyone. As we already mentioned, we are a bit late. I'm not sure we will be able to compensate on this panel because we have very interesting panelists and a very hot topic, I should say, but we will do our best. Thank you for joining us. This topic is, we have a panel on understanding the new international contexts and markets, the need to adapt business models and supply networks. I will be joined with very relevant people from the industry, aeronautical sector. I have on my right Cesar Sanchez Lopez, Vice President for Southern Europe and Israel at Airbus. Thank you for joining us. Daniel Gallardo Gomes, Strategic Marketing Director at Embraer. Thank you. Manuel Mateo Rodrigues Hermoso, Commercial Developer at Navantia, right there. And Miguel Ángel Castillo, Vice President Technology Development at Airnova. Because we are almost all of us engineers and people that follow logic, we will follow alphabetic order. So we will start with Cesar Sanchez, which will talk us about aeronautical supply chain in Airbus and collaboration with Portugal, right? Thank you, Cesar.
Thank you very much. I will go fast because we know about this time constraint. So it is, I think, the third time we have such presentation here. This year we will talk more about the supply chain and how to cope with the new challenges we have in this field. So to start with this presentation, okay. I wanted to take advantage of one slide that is not from Airbus, it's Roland Berger, but this slide, first of all, represents very well the evolution of the topic we are talking today. over the last years, and also it is built up with the feedback of many top players and professionals in the aerospace and defense sector. So it is a good reflection of the current status of the Act. So talking about manufacturing, no news, it was and it is the main priority. For sure, how to cope with the on time, on cost, on quality challenges. This is crucial, fundamental in this industry. What is slightly new now is that now we have shifted towards two topics that are really important. One is operational flexibility, and secondly, how to remain profitable considering lower levels of production. Second, digital transformation. As you can see here, digital transformation was very important in the pre-COVID era. Now, in the post-COVID, it's not there. Why is that? Why this deprioritization? First of all, we consider this is something that is not permanent, it's temporal, but it's true that the companies are focusing more in protecting their business than investing in new things. So digital transformation is no longer there, for some time at least. Supply chain, as you can see, supply chain has raised importance. It is clear that the supply chain, and this is what we are talking today very much, has gained importance for very, very important things in the post-COVID era. The supply chain has introduced very severe restrictions to many tier 2 plus and beyond, with a lot of stocks and without a customer to deliver that. But not only about the tier 2s and beyond, also about the original equipment manufacturers and tier 1s, that this pressure has been extremely significant. This is not only in aerospace, but also in aerospace. As an example, just before COVID, when we used to buy a new car, in 3 or 4 months, we used to have the car. Today, even today, but during the last 2 years, we order a car and we have to wait more than 1 year. 1 year, 3 months, 1 year and a half, because of the supply chain problems to get the parts and the components. So supply chain is there and will stay significantly higher position. Of course, how to manage the supply chain, we will talk also a little bit after that. Product strategy, it has been always there. Of course, the product strategy or the portfolio management, it is also in aerospace is a key factor. For example, some examples that can exemplarize this, original equipment versus aftermarket, products versus services, civil versus defense, small aircraft versus large aircraft, etc. So how the companies we manage to be accommodated to the new tendencies in the world will say a lot about how far we can come back to profitability or not. And last but not least, innovation. And this is a very paradigmatic case. While in the world and in the industry we are asking for more and more innovation, also to cope with new challenges like green technologies, like the new fuels, like we invested a lot in electrical aircraft. Now we're investing a lot in hydrogen. But how to do that in a time of austerity when we are having less and less available funding to invest because of the crisis and the COVID? Before, of the last years, even decades, the defense industry was suffering, in particular in Europe, about the lack of budgets for defense. Now it seems to be increasing, but in aeronautical world, we have the limitations associated to COVID. So this challenge is still there. After that, I would like to talk a little bit about Airbus in Portugal. So, what is Airbus in Portugal? For us, Portugal, it is a very important country as main manufacturer in Europe. And more, we can say that. So, Portugal It is today very well embedded in the supply chain of Airbus because all the divisions of the company, they have participations and programs in Portugal. The industrial base in Portugal is fully integrated within the Airbus industrial model. So we can say that over a half of the Portuguese aerospace and defense suppliers, they are in the Airbus value chain or supply chain. Portugal also plays an active role in a lot of activities in the company, from A320 in commercial worlds of assemblies, helicopter, electrical, switchboards, etc. In manufacturing, from machining to composite assembly. We have different set of technologies and industrial activities in Portugal. Also, for a long time, Airbus has been supporting the Portuguese research, technology, and innovation projects, also in the European Union. Long time ago, and some people here, we worked together on that 10 years ago, we managed to partner with Portuguese cluster and go together to Clean Sky 2, that was very well explained before by our European representative. Clean Sky 2 is very important for aeronautics, and Portugal, the cluster of Portugal, joined the Clean Sky hand in hand with Airbus people. So, all the divisions of Airbus are present in Portugal. Our direct spend in Portugal was sustained despite the COVID. Even the effect of COVID, it was sustained. And today, more than 1,000 Portuguese direct jobs are working for Airbus. Even more than 4,000 today indirectly working for Airbus. And the point is that this growth is steady and we are growing rapidly. To illustrate that, I mentioned before about 2021. Of course, 2021 is not the best year, but we had 69 million euros of total spend in the country. The annual growth from 2018 to 2021 was 16%, but which is more important is to see the future. And in the future, we can see that for the coming years, this growth rate has significantly increased, and now we are talking about 25%. This is a very important message to this meeting. On the right-hand side, we can see also the graph about the planned growth from our different business. So the supply chain clearly is going to grow. We have Estilia in Santo Tirso. It's a new facility that was opened in 2019. You can see that it's growing also. But also the last investment we announced and we started in May 2021. So it's the Global Business Services Center, which will be a services center that is considering all the geographies and all the divisions in the group, that is now based in Lisbon and will serve to all Airbus people all around the world. So because of that, you can see that this growth is significant, and this will be not only a call center, we'll have engineering activities and some key activities that are important for the group, but will be developed in Portugal. Of course, the supply chain, and here are some examples of Portuguese companies, is also growing with us. Commercial presence, some examples. So we have a military transport aircraft, C-295, for many years, 12 units. We have helicopters, and we are working more and more on helicopters, in particular in the civil world. We have, and this is the main activity we have in the country, more than 100 commercial aircraft. As a matter of fact, TAP is one of the most important customers we have, not only in Portugal, but in Europe. So not only because of the amount of the business and the aircraft still to be delivered, but also because TAP has a very modern fleet and also is the first users of some new models. So this is a significant partnership that we want to protect, and in that, as we have discussed last year, the CEO of Airbus, Guillaume Faury, was in Lisbon, was talking with the Prime Minister, and it's clear that this partnership is strong.
Cesar, I hate to interrupt you, but are you finishing?
Finishing.
Good.
Very quickly. So, just to complete with this presentation, also we are present in defense and security topics, coastal-based traffic surveillance, European Maritime Safety Agency, and SATCOM. I will skip this one, and just my last slide.
Good.
Still aerospace, I mentioned before, key investment for us, potentially one of the main investment industrial in the country for decades, and the global business center in Lisbon. I mentioned before. So Airbus is in Portugal, and Airbus will be in Portugal, and we are here to remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. I'm sorry. Let's hear it. Daniel Gallardo Gomes, who will talk to us about Embraer vision on electric propulsion. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Mic is working? I think so, right? Yes. Okay, so let's see if we have the presentation here. Okay, here we go. Well, my quick presentation here, it's about how we see the challenge to reach a more sustainable industry on the civil aviation side, right? Which we have committed with some important goals that was presented here before, but just to remember some of them. Here we can see on the short-term commitments placed by ICAO, where we want to have improvement on the fuel efficiency of the fleet in service of 1.5 to 2% per year. So that means that we need to replace old airplanes that are in operational by new generation airplanes, more efficient airplanes. And also an important commitment is about from 2020 and on, which means every flight or seat added on the system above what we had in 2019 has to be carbon neutral. So that's a really tough challenge for our industry in the moment, but we are committed with that. And the final goal, which is the long term, which is reach by 2050, the net zero emission. Big, tough challenge, right? And I'm gonna touch on how we can actually work on to reach that challenge. Well, here I have this chart that some of you may have seen this before. And one interesting point here, this chart shows actually the CO2 emission per year. If we take a look on 2020 levels, which is already a big amount of CO2 that we need to compensate or to eliminate, if you look to 2050, if we keep growing the civil aviation on the pace that we had before the pandemic, well, we can see that in 2050, actually, we have twice more, even more than twice bigger emissions to handle, right? And as we discussed it here before, there is no silver bullet to deal with that. There is no single solution to remove or to compensate this emission. We need to work in several ways to reach that target, which means some of those ways are pointed out here by the colors of this chart. Here, for instance, on the top, the dark blue means the operational efficiency that we need to improve, like on the air traffic control, we need to reduce the time of the airplanes on the air, improving the path, or improving times for holding, for instance. Or even on the ground or operation on the airport where the airplanes are moving on ground. So we need to reach an improvement on operational side. On the orange portion there, we see the contribution of a replacement of old airplanes by newer planes or more efficient airplanes, and this has to be continued. So new development has still to come to keep this improvement moving. On the light blue there, it's the participation of new technologies like hydrogen, right? So as you can see, it's a small contribution until 2050, but it is still there, and we need to keep work on that. And on the green, as you can see, SAF is going to play a really important role in this mission to reduce emissions, right? And also offset. We still need to compensate some of the emissions that we will produce. Well, so touching some of those challenges here, which is really big, let me talk about SAF and sustainable aviation fuels, right? What is the big challenge on SAF? Well, of course, we know very well that produce SAF today is the big bottleneck, right? We need to run to produce as much as possible. However, the big challenge in terms of technology is about to design a drop-in solution, which means the SAF that we need to produce has to be fully compatible with the jet fuel, which means same chemistry properties, and with that, we don't need to change the airplanes that are flying out there. If we have to deal with change on the airplanes or design or certify airplanes or engines to deal with specific SAFs, that would be a huge burden for the industry and will take much longer actually to be implemented. So the challenge on the SAF, it's more on the producers of SAF that they need to meet the specifications and to have the same properties, the same specifications of jet fuel, which is really difficult for now. We have actually fuel SAFs that could meet this requirement, but we're still working to understand what can be done to have more options in terms of SAF. Maybe we still work on blend with the Jet A to have capability to be introduced in a drop-in way, right? Not requiring any modification on the airplanes. Well, that's the technology challenge on SAF, I would say. And in terms of new technologies for the airplanes, well, of course, we see a lot of challenge to develop electrical airplanes or airplanes that use hydrogen as fuel, right? But the way we see, there will be applicability for new technologies in specific size or depending on the mission that the airplane will be performing, right? So the way we see electrical solutions is more applicable for smaller planes in terms of seats or in terms of range, right? So because batteries has to develop and batteries is really heavy. So if we put a lot of energy on batteries or the need of energy on batteries, that jeopardize the benefit in terms of saving fuel in a hybrid option, for instance. And when we think about hydrogen, we believe that this can be applicable in a mid-size airplane up to 100 seats, using fuel cell or even burning the hydrogen on combustor engines, right? So the applicability, it's a little bit bigger. And SAF can be applied in all spectrum here of the airplanes. Well, when we look to that, we understand that the whole industry needs to develop new concepts in that arena, right? On the smaller planes to introduce new technology. That's the big challenge because airlines are not used anymore to operate smaller planes, and even the OEMs has to rethink about how to build and how to have those newer planes operating out there. So with that on mind, of course, Embraer looked into that and launched the concept of the Energia family. So I want to introduce these 4 members here very quickly, just to touch on some challenges of each one, right? So this is our first model, which is Energia Hybrid, that would have only 9 seats, sorry, with 500 nautical miles. So, and the entry to service would be around 2030, right, or not earlier than that. Here we could have an important reduction, around 50% of CO2 if we use also Jet A as the additional fuel for this airplane. Or if you replace Jet A for SAF, you could reach up to 90% of CO2 reduction. Really important reduction, but still the capacity is small, right? So even looking to the hybrid option, the capacity of their plane, it's not big. Or this is the second member of our family, which is still 9-seat capacity, but as you can see, the range capability is reduced to 200 nautical miles. However, we could have a full electrical airplane in this case, and with zero CO2 emission during the operation. Well, of course, we need a more advanced battery, so this is why actually the entry into services is beyond 2035, and this is an option that we need more advanced batteries. The third model is the Energia hydrogen fuel cell, which is still have electrical motors running this airplane, but the energy source is a fuel cell. Here we can have a bigger airplane, around 19 seats, but the range is still short, 200 nautical miles. This is real range considering all the reserves that we need and the allowance, right? And here, once again, in this case, we could reach zero emission in terms of CO2. And finally, the last one is the Energia hydrogen gas turbine. Here, as we can see, we have more seats, around 35 to 50 seats, 350 nautical miles to 500 nautical miles of range, and the entry to service would be beyond 2040. Here we have a dual fuel gas turbine, which means we can burn hydrogen and Jet A or SAF. Jet A and SAF would be used for reserves and range extension, so if we want to reach 500 nautical miles, we may need to burn some SAF, right? Or if you want to keep the zero CO2 emission, we would need reduction on the range capability. Well, as you can see, there's no simple solution, right? We need to balance where we want to apply this new technology, big challenge ahead, but of course, we want to have these airplanes with new technologies flying out there, so Embraer is working really hard to make this happen. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel, for perfect timing. Thank you. Matteo, please, the stage is yours. Matteo will share with us Navante's experience and vision on technology transfer programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to show you the presentation. And let me put some water in the team, okay? I will talk about the Navante's experience regarding the transfer of technology. Let me present Navante's company. Navante's company is a Spanish company, is a state-owned company, which is split in three big divisions. First of all is naval division. Another one is systems and services, and another one is green energies. As Mercedes-Benz company said, as Mercedes company said, something is changing, no? Why? why something is changing. Now, sorry, I have a problem, technical problem. New ways for safe building is coming. Nowadays, it's necessary to use the most sophisticated and advanced techniques to improve the performance and reduce the cost and the risk in the different naval programs. Drones, 3D printers for different parts, digital technicals, advanced trainings. From our point of view, the distance no longer matters. For our point of view, the most important thing is what's remaining in the country. Your minister before said what remain after this big program in your country. For our point of view, is the best important thing. And from the point of view of transfer of technology, this is the most important thing. Renew or die. The message is clear. In the sector in which move, every day there are many changes and new challenges appear. For instance, cybersecurity, predictive maintenance, data cloud, big data, a lot of content regarding the technology. It's necessary to dedicate a lot of effort to remain at the state of the art, anticipating the new threats may appear. And see, but sorry, could you? Okay, thank you very much. Really, the correct title for this slide should be technological independence, not technological dependence. Really, the question for me is how can we achieve the technological independence? In the past, Spain and Navantia lived this experience, and today we have the result of this technology transfer. Thanks to TOT programs and good strategic partners, we have been able to achieve the technological independence and the control over all our products. The present. Nowadays, big sea building programs are defining sophisticated vessels to preserve our borders. At the same time, and more, it's necessary to offer the mechanisms for each country to have sovereignty over these vessels, involving social and industrial aspects. As I said before, not only the technical requirement has to be taken into account. Sorry. What is the problem?
It doesn't obey you?
No, sorry. As I said, not only the technical requirement has to be taken into account. Also today, it's necessary to take into account the knowledge transmitted. In this field, Navantia has a wide experience around the world, a multitude of different scenarios. Here, as you can see in the graph, the general trend is to request some type of transfer of technology, depending on the different program. Corvettes, OPVs, frigates or destroyers, patrol boats, auxiliaries. More and more, customers are requesting TOT content in the complex program, especially when talking about the corvettes, OPVs, or auxiliary ships. What Navantia offers to the country or to the receipt of the transfer of technology. Offer plus competitiveness, plus market, plus profitability, plus customer knowledge, and future competition. By the other hand, for the part of the partner, they receive know-how plus market, reduce the cost, increase the investment, and reduce the risk. How we can do the transfer of technology, or how many mechanisms? There are a lot of mechanisms to do the transfer of technology, but mainly we are looking at creation of companies. For instance, in Australia or in KSA, we have a company, technical assistance, licenses agreement, and supply procurement. It's not necessary to apply the transfer of technology to a whole project. The transfer of technology can be applied to the particular phase into the project. The process is the same for the whole project or the specific stage. Here, as you can see, in the axis, you can see the role and the scope. And then Navantia has the flexibility to know, depending on the role or the scope, to participate in different programs. Now, for instance, Saudi Arabia program is running, the Australia program is running, and Norwegian program is running from the point of view of transfer of technology. Some of examples are Turkish program. This program is running today. Then the scope of supply for this program is design of the ship, very well-proven design for this kind of ship, technology transfer, resident team in the local shipyard, 5 units of diesel generators sets, integrated platform management system, and license for the construction of the 1 unit. We are thinking, or we are closing the agreement to build another unit there in Turkey.
Are you finishing, Matteo?
Yeah.
Good. I know we had some technical problems, but...
Okay. And the last example is KSA, where we established a local company which is called Sami Navantia. The idea here is joint work on the combat system integration. This is the first combat system in the Middle East region, okay? And the most difficult here is to understand the different people, the different the communication between the different countries, okay? And this is the challenge for this program. And at the end, summarizing, the development of technology transfer add value, risk reduction, generation of jobs in the country, creation of the new capabilities, development of sovereignty, and summarizing, Navantia has extensive experience in this kind of project. Thank you very much.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Matteo. Thank you. Let's hear Miguel Castillo, who will talk to us about Aernova, present to us, and talk about the importance of the installation in Évora. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, AED Cluster. For me, it's a pleasure to receive your invitation and to be here with you today. So I'll try to go to the point. I'll be around, at least for today. And if you want to know more about Aernova, it will be my pleasure to answer your questions. Something odd is happening here. Yeah, doesn't move. Well, never mind. There's a presentation about Aernova, but I will try to go to the point. So basically, we are a 100% private company. We are tier 1 supplier of all the major OEMs in aircraft industry. That's it, Airbus, Embraer, Boeing, also Bombardier, and some others in the business and regional market. In the helicopters as well, we have our customers. And what we try is to develop lightweight airframe structures in such a way that our customers see value. In order to do so as a private company, we try to be on the cutting edge of technologies regarding airframe structures. And to do so, I want to put in value the collaboration of our partners. We are part of a supply chain. I prefer to say value chain instead of, I will go through the slides, instead of just mentioning supply, because either we generate value or we are out of business. In commercial aviation, that is where mainly we are operating, the main value is the quality, is the security, is the safety of the structures. This is why the COVID has had so large impact in our sector, because it was not safe to travel. So this huge crisis, the largest one, not only me because I am young enough, but has been one of the largest in our subsector, the commercial aviation. And I want to emphasize that because our standards come from ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, depending on the United Nations organization, and that sets our quality standards, our safety and regulation standards to our customers, the OEMs, and then cascade down into the supply chain. Without the safety, the security, there is no business. And this is our reminder coming from COVID. So after COVID, we just need to grow, and to grow with our customers, to again showing value. This is the way we approach our customers, either as integrated aerostructures or through components, composite, metallic, or engineering services. We have a clear strategy based always in our customer requirements and within let's say, the regulations. We want to be a global leader, best performing aerostructures company worldwide. That is our ambition. And for the zero net emission, where there is a will, there is a way. So we'll find our way in a sustainable manner. This is why we're investing, and we are part of Clean Sky, Clean Aviation, etc. Our strategic fit with our customers rely on 5 pillars: performance, excellent performance, industrially speaking, in operations. We rely on efficiency. We are a private company. We need to develop value to our customers, but also to our shareholders through good margins and supply chain efficiency. We want to be lean with a streamlining fixed cost and simplifying the company, taking care of the cash, the working capital in a continuous improvement and cash flow enhancement, and of course digital, because we need to be part of the supply chain with our tiers and with our customers, and to give full transparency. Health and safety as a core and people-oriented value within the company. Well, in here you can see where we are at. We are a Spanish company, That's where we are born, in the Basque Country, but we are an international company with sites in UK, in US, Mexico, Brazil, and recently Portugal. I will touch base about Ebola operation in some slides from now. Well, you can see where we are located and what type of services or products we are delivering to our customers. If you want more data about what type of structure we are producing today and for what customers, I will be able to do so during the break, during lunchtime, in composite as well, in metallic components, and doing engineering services for some of our key customers. And then let me emphasize the importance of Ebola operation. Well, as you have seen in a previous slide, in 2019, Arnova was a 900 million euros revenue company with more than 5,000 employees. During 2020 and 2021, we have been 60% of that size. Ebola size, 37,000 square meters and 31,000 square meters for and composites manufacturing represents 500 employees and 150 million euros. So it's an important part of Arnova today. That is the first message, the importance of Ebola for Arnova. Second, together with the size and the standards, the automation that Ebola plants have got already, is the importance of having a long-term agreement with Embraer for the next 10 years to keep on delivering business jets, wings, and empennage for the Praetor family, and also for the E-jets and for the multi-role Millennium KC-390. So that is an important aspect of the operation as well. And third is about the opportunity, the synergies between Ebola and the rest of Arnova. As Ebola can open their facilities, their manufacturing means and production to other customers apart of Embraer. And of course to receive transfers from internally from Arnova as well, and look for synergies with the rest of the company. So because of that, Ebola operation strengthens a lot our Arnova Tier 1 offering to our customers. It provides us with more size. That financial stability is something that is key for getting into new programs, as we cannot represent a financial risk to our customers if we sign for an agreement of design and manufacturing an important part of an aircraft. And also we should always have in mind that, well, wherever there is a crisis, there are opportunities. There are some people that take the opportunities, some others not. After COVID-19 crisis, advanced air mobility is there, with electrifying energy vectors. Hydrogen for sustainability is there. Of course, we don't have as much money as we did have back in 2019 to invest in our modest R&D, but we have some, and we will concentrate our money on decarbonization and advanced air mobility. We are doing already a good partnership with HART. HART is a Nordic company working on an electric aircraft, 19 passengers, that is serving us for gaining a extreme good experience for other customers, of course preserving the IP as is part of our core, let's say, values. And in clean aviation, we are trying to play as important role as we did in Clean Sky with the laminar wings, or Clean Sky 2 with the every laminar flow and developing new materials and process. In clean aviation, Arnova is a founding member, and we want to keep on partnering with all the European ecosystem to generate value for our customers in this decarbonization challenge we do have. We are used to manage many programs in development. We have all kinds of certifications. In EASA in particular, the European regulator, we are a design, production and maintenance approval organization. main customers approval as well. You can see here on the screen a lot of recognition from our customers that are very good. But as a former director of my company used to say, we need to monetize these awards. It's a job, but that is a challenge. And I think that was it. Let's move forward. But of course, I will be around, and I will be more than welcoming any question from you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. As we all know, we are in a very short time. I've been given instructions to place only one question, which is very hard for a journalist to make only one question. So I'll have to do my best. Daniel, sustainability was all over during your talk.
Right.
But we have, all the industries are going through these challenges facing sustainability. What does the business model in aeronautical industry need to change in the companies? What do we have to do in order to be more sustainable in this sector, particularly?
Right, yeah. Well, let me ask you on two ways here. First, on the OEM side, of course, we need to invest a lot on new technologies and new products, and this definitely is driving most of our investments and business opportunities, right? So that's something really significant in our perspective. But on the airline perspective, I think it's even more important because I think before all this commitment with the more sustainable industry, airlines were used to fight on the market share arena, I would say, right? Trying to get as much as possible passengers, lowering their fares as much as possible to get more and more passengers into the system. And now with all these sustainable actions, I think the operational cost will unfortunately goes up because we need to invest on SAF, we need to invest in new technologies, and this will bring a different dynamic because the airlines that invest most on sustainability may have actually higher operational costs. So they will not be able to compete in that old war, right, on the market share. So airlines has to actually consider in that and maybe change strategies on that sense. Maybe looking for different size of airplane as well. But they need to experience actually how the passengers will be willing to move this fast, right? If they will be willing actually to pay a little bit more for their tickets and then change completely the game of competition, right? So not only more about lowering the fares, but actually offering more value, mostly on the sustainable arena, right?
I guess the challenge will be to show that it's a real commitment and not just greenwashing, because consumers are a bit tired of
exactly. So
sustainability being just a word used.
Yes, definitely is a completely new dynamic for airlines. So I think the strategies that they use to apply before will not be the same tomorrow.
Talking about challenges, Matteo, you've talked about the challenge of technology transfer. What are they? In Spain, can you compare Spain to the rest of Europe? Is it a particular situation, and how do you compare it to Portugal? I'm not sure if you have the data to do this.
Yeah, from my point of view, in Portugal now, you have a very good context to give from outside the transfer of technology, because you have a lot of big programs, okay, that this program allow step by step receive very well all information, create the environment in the ecosystem in the country. If you have, for instance, the vision for 10 years, if you have the vision for 10 years with different programs, you have the very well context to accept this transfer of technology.
Okay. Thank you. COVID has also been present. We are in a post-COVID. We're still not sure if we're in post-COVID situation. And now we have a new question with variola. But let's consider COVID and the post-pandemic. How does this situation affect Airbus investments in Portugal, particularly? And employment, if you can talk about employment too, please.
Thank you, Sarah, for this very important question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, actually, Airbus is a global company all around the world, but also we are a truly European company. And COVID has changed the references for we all. So even we have and we will have significant presence abroad, our supply chain is very vast. Also, COVID has bring ahead some decisions and also some reflections to make sure that we are able to cope with the future. And the reason that we are more and more investing in Portugal is a good reflection about that topic. So why we are increasing our presence in a country like Portugal? First of all, it's an European Union country. Second, and this is a very fashion word, but it's very important, it's in the near shore of Airbus. So Airbus is an European company, France, Germany, Spain, some activities, important activities in the United Kingdom. Portugal is in the near shore, and we consider that Portugal has significant advantages in terms of supply chain, in terms of companies, in terms of maturity, in terms of technologies that are really, really making Portugal a closer partner to us. And we are investing in two main topics so far. We have in Santo Tirso, we have Estilia, which is a major industrial facility, maybe the most important industrial facility in the last decades in Portugal. And we have, since last year, the Global Business Services Center here in Portugal, which are very huge projections to be accommodating all the geographies and all the divisions in the group to serve all the internal people and resources we have. So altogether, it's really making Portugal an important partner. And of course, we want to sell. We are a commercial company, but also we want to invest to develop the best and to get the best from Portugal and to get the best from Airbus.
Okay, thank you. Just one, it's not a question, half a question. When you say it's important, is it because it's reliable? It's the quality of the work that is done?
It's a combination of everything.
You've mentioned geography, but...
Geography is not geography itself. It's everything associated to that. It is the European Union, it is safety, it is proximity, it is reliability, it's trust. It's many things that altogether makes of Portugal a preferred partner for us.
Okay, thank you. Miguel, pointing out to the future, we are mostly talking about the present. What do you see as the urgent topics in the supply chain, in the aeronautical industry for the future, looking for the future? What would you say?
Well, before going to the future, stay healthy today. So we need to survive. Cost efficiency, cutting costs, recover margins, be able to invest again. And then once you set up that basis in the short term, show reliability to the customer. The customer wants robust supply chain. They don't want to manage risk on the suppliers. They want to manage certainties. And that comes with a strong, in my opinion, based on the history or any data you can read, is about a strong project management capability. Anticipate any risk that you could have in a program with a good mitigation plan. And of course, in the very long term, once you recover that, you are able to do profit, invest in R&D, invest in technology innovation. Because at the end, to stay on the business, you need to show new values to your customers. No matter what you have been doing in the past, you have already received money. Of course, what you have been doing is about generating new value. That's it.
How optimistic are you? about the future?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, of course, but I think that we need to be optimistic. We need to see opportunities. Of course, our industry is dual industry. Anything that can fly can operate in a military environment. Being said that, and defending our values, strong defending our values, we need to be confident on the commercial side of the business. And the commercial side, the advanced air mobility for me is an extremely good opportunity to start generating electric urban vehicles that can fly in our cities, transport maybe not as in the Star Wars, let's say everywhere, but kind of air roads where in that tunnel the urban air mobility could be operating, the last mileage delivery with automatic drones, the artificial intelligence playing an important role in the regulation or the traffic management. That is the kind of things that could be waiting for us if we trust that we can deliver. And I think we can. We have the technology to do so. It's a question of creating the market, creating sufficient, let's say, low risk in our, let's say, investors to decide to invest on these kind of technologies, to generate even the secure, the people that secure the operation, insurance.
Okay.
Because insurance is an important part of that advanced air mobility. I can imagine something flying with 150 or more kilos. The kinetic energy when it crashes is huge. So we need to generate
redefine
insurance.
in a way.
Exactly. But that is the kind of future that could be waiting, and I like to be optimistic.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a perfect ending, and we made the time, so we did good. We did good. Thank you all for being with us, and thank you for listening.
Thank
and
you.
People at home. Thank you. So you all will be around in case people want to keep talking with you, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All. So we'll have one last presentation. So Bruno Lamar from Airbus was kind enough to push to the afternoon so that we can go to lunch because everyone is probably very hungry. So for the last keynote speech of the morning, I will call Catarina Nunes, IDD President, to give the final speech before lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, José Neves and Rui Santos, for this invite. It's a pleasure for me to participate in the AED Days 2022. Good afternoon, everybody, dear participants. Defense markets are expanding globally and will continue to grow for the anticipated future due to the deterioration of the regional security, geopolitical reconfiguration, and the need for a new and advanced EU bonds systems. As a matter of fact, for the sixth consecutive year, the defense expenditure of the 26 participating member states of the European Defence Agency has risen. Taken together, the participating member states allocated 198 billion euros to defense in 2020, thereby increasing 5% from 2019, despite the impact of COVID-19. After the outbreak of war in our continent, we can surely say that this trend will accelerate. This way? Oh, done. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thus, if you ask me, which three factors will influence the future prospects of defense economy, I would point the following three tendencies. The growth of research and development innovation, digitalization, and the use of space technology. Aiming for the first identified trend is the growth of research and development and innovation. States and the international organizations have been allocating a growing number of research towards the development and advanced military technologies. Increased military spending will foster defense companies that can integrate new technologies and software in new products suited of the future battlefield. It will further foster the involvement of the academy and research centers, promoting the triple helix model of innovation. Examples of this trend include the European Union, who, in finding new ways to sustain its strategic autonomy, is investing heavily in research and development of a new defense capability through instruments like the European Defence Fund. This is a multi-annual financial framework of around 8 billion euros that aims to fund collaborative research in innovation, defense products and technologies, including the development of prototypes. In this regard, the Portuguese defense industry is very much evolved, having shown interest across all programmatic areas of the European Defence Fund for 2021 goals, having also integrated several consortia. Another example is NATO Defence Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, or DIANA, which will work with the private sector and academy to harness the best of a new technology for transatlantic security. This includes artificial intelligence, big data processing, quantum-enabled technologies, autonomy, biotechnology, new materials, and space. In this regard, Portugal will contribute with 2 programs. On the one hand, a test center, leveraging the Navy Operational Experimentation Center in Troia, focusing on the development and experimentation of unmanned systems. On the other hand, an accelerator network site to be located in Arsenal do Afeito, which will further leverage the recently created Academia do Arsenal and our goal of fostering innovation. In addition, NATO has also located the NATO Innovation Fund, to which Portugal has signed up to. With this fund, Portugal will invest 1 billion euros in early stage startups and other deep tech funds aligned with its strategic objectives. Moving on, the second identified trends, digitalization. Digital technology is transforming our physical world at the great pace, namely with the use of digital threads and digital twins, which are 2 of the main foundation of digital transformation and which are known to reduce cost and maximize efficiency. While the former provides a record of products or systems lifetime, the latter provides an accurate representation of a product or systems, enabling new ways to access practice, process, and product concepts in a virtual environment. Digital trades and digital twins are not new to the defense industry, having been traditionally used by the military aircraft industry, among others, for predictive maintenance. However, the integration of automation in technology, next-generation connectivity, and the evolution of software techniques in the fields of artificial intelligence, data, and cyber have made this a game changer, transforming the way we produce defense equipment and use new technologies, as well as the way we improve our products' design and engineer. In Portugal, the integration of digital technology has been growing significantly. An example of this is the launching of Defense Fortech Hub, which is the first digital innovation hub dedicated to defense economy in Europe. This is an important instrument. It's stimulating SMEs, digital evolution in strategic defense-related sectors such as aeronautics, space, naval, electronics and communication systems, and their supply chain. Furthermore, at AED Portugal Defense, you are developing the Smart Defense platform, which is an intelligent platform that aims to drive the digitalization of the Portugal defense economy ecosystems, streamlining our process and maximizing our efficiency. This platform represents a significant investment in a Portuguese defense economy, hoping to provide a marketplace which, based on artificial intelligence, will offer an automatic matchmaking for finding and business opportunities. It will also provide an information repository and analytics, as well as a digital network for defense, which we are calling Defense Economy LinkedIn. Finally, the third and the last identified trends, space technologies. The world's economies, militaries, and societies rely heavily on space-based systems for communication, for navigation, and for the transmission of data. The growth of space-based related service is expected to create new markets and multiply job opportunities, particularly with development related to the launch and satellite industry and next-generation satellites communication. Small satellite constellations and nanosatellites will redefine broadband internet distribution and connectivity, and as they become small and cheaper, they will become accessible to more market players, fostering new business models. Data captured by Earth observation satellites will support new application and knowledge to support innovation and political and the public decision-making process. Bigger private investment alongside private-public partnership will increase the pace of investment and innovation coming to space market. In Portugal, we have just recently published our national defense strategy for the space, which aim to build an operational space capability in the armed forces while boosting the defense economy by creating qualified employment, research and development, and internationalization of the national economy. While there are many other factors that will impact over the future of the defense economy, I would like to conclude by highlighting some data of the current state of the Portugal defense economy, based on the study we published last year and expand upon our future prospects. The defense economy in Portugal, like in many other countries, is a strategic part of a more global economy. The Portuguese defense economy ecosystem is composed by a diversified set of around 3,050 companies and 61 research and technology centers covering 40 sectors of activity. In addition, we verified that the Portuguese defense economy further drives highly qualified employment and the average wage, which almost doubles Portugal's average salary, generates higher add value and productivity, increases investment in research and development, diversify our production, exports accounting for 2% of Portuguese exports revenues, and the internationalization of Portuguese companies. We believe that the future of the Portuguese defense economy encompasses a certain degree of market transformation through digital transformation and the use of new technologies such as artificial intelligence to generate new business opportunities. We believe that together with our partners in the NATO and the European Union, Portugal will contribute to the further development of security and defense both of the European mainland and over the Atlantic Ocean, from the deep blue sea to the space above. That is what we are striving to achieve at AED Portugal Defense with the development of the Smart Defense Platform as mentioned before. To conclude, the Portugal defense ecosystem has the ability to drive the development of a state-of-the-art technology and to stimulate knowledge-based innovative solutions and dual-use application while creating highly qualified employment. We believe that the Smart Defense Platform will be a key drive for a more competitive defense economy, fostering the entrepreneurial ecosystem while facilitating funding and market access. This will promote the integration of Portuguese companies in international value chains, generate knowledge to support decision-making related to the defense economy, support Portugal in fulfilling its NATO and European Union commitments, while capacitating our response to the armed forces' needs. We believe this is the future of Portugal defense and the future of defense economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catarina. As I mentioned, this will be the keynote, Protecting the Blue Borders of Portugal, Challenge and Solution will be given after the panel of the afternoon by Bruno Lamarck, Airbus. And so we can go all to lunch, so we will do a 45-minute lunch, and we get back at 14:45. So please join us at the diner.
The AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
The AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
Recovery, a year of transition, a year of leadership. People began flying again in greater numbers. Aerospace reminded the world what it had been missing, and our sector embraced the path to net zero. We learned to live with complexity. We adjusted to new ways of working, socializing, and managing family life. In an evolving market, we won orders for our fuel-efficient aircraft and launched the A350 freighter. Our defense and space businesses made us proud, monitoring our planet, protecting people, saving lives, and defending the values we stand for. Helicopters had an outstanding year. The H160 Guépard was launched, and the next generation of City Airbus was unveiled. the Airbus Summit in September brought the industry together for the first time in 2 years and deepened the necessary cooperation for a decarbonised future for air travel. As we begin 2022, Airbus is confident that our path to the future is the right one. We will succeed through transformation, keeping safety and quality at the heart of all we do, changing as a company, learning new skills and building fresh alliances, investing, innovating. We will pioneer the sustainable future of aerospace with confidence, with humility, together as Airbus.
AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And, so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
The AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And, so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
Okay. Take a seat, please. Thank you very much for joining us on the afternoon session. So we're really running a little bit late, half an hour, but we will try to compensate throughout the afternoon. So with no further ado, I'd like to call the first the General Cartacho Alves, the current Senfa, that will open the session, the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm General Cartacho Alves, as you all know. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Portuguese Air Force. And first of all, let me start by saying that it is my privilege to open the floor for these afternoon presentations of the AED talks. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank AED, the invite to the Portuguese Air Force, and the opportunity to share with you my thoughts on how can the Air Force be a catalyst for the investment and development of the Portugal's national industry. It is, I believe it's this one. Sometimes technology is like that. It always have a small bug, but it's normal. Okay. In order to do that, I will start by sharing the Air Force's mission and vision, after which I will briefly introduce the area of responsibility of the Air Force, limited to the national territory and its boundaries. I will then present you a summary of our operational output. It is really interesting to understand what we do and when we do. This will enable us to understand the criticality, challenges, and opportunities for the development of a communication and advanced data sharing network, which will be the focus of my presentation today, with interconnectivity being the key of the success in the most demanding NATO and complex missions and scenarios flying towards the future. In regards to its mission, the Air Force serves the Portuguese people by providing the air defense to the national airspace, contributing, therefore, to the assurance of the nation's sovereignty, and by participating in missions that materialize the commitments of Portugal in the scope of its external affairs, national commitments, collective defense, cooperative security, and search and rescue. As the Chief of Staff, I share with the men and women of the Air Force the vision of consolidation and affirmation of a service that is both innovative and sustainable, to be looked at by society as an exemplar institution. But to understand what we do every day, we need to understand and realize which is our area of responsibility. The picture in the slide represents the area of responsibility of the Portuguese Air Force. Within this area, we are responsible for providing the search and rescue service to all transiting air and maritime traffic. You have to remind that in our area, most of the sea lines of communication and maritime lines of communication, the most important ones cross our area. From Europe to North America, from Europe to South America, all of the traffic, thousands of airplanes and ships cross our area every time. Also depicted in light blue are the areas where we own the responsibility of assuring the air and space surveillance and close proximity monitoring over international waters, to which the national territory is also to be included. But, like the continental shelf extension up to 350 miles, we also had that responsibility in our days. Of note in this picture is the sheer size of these areas. Combined, they total approximately 5.8 million square kilometers, an area as big as continental Europe. And remind, in all Europe, there is several air forces with a lot of airplanes, sensors, and assets. For all of this area, it's only one air force with its assets, airplanes, and sensors. This is a challenge in itself, for sure it is. But what we have done? Okay. In this challenging scenario, and amongst the many other hurdles experienced by the society during 2021, like the COVID-19, we accomplished 192 missions contributing to the national sovereignty and 63 missions of search and rescue. We also executed 38 missions in order to urgently transport much-needed organs for transplant, and a total of 584 patients requiring emergency transportation were flown to locations capable of providing them life-saving care. These numbers are just numbers. But in this case, each of them represents a life that was saved or improved. And this is something that we heartfully feel proud of. And in 2021, this number totaled an impressive 814 lives. And remember, up to now, we saved more than 4,100 lives from the seas. This is really important. That's why we fly every day. And all of this was accomplished while we're still projecting abroad other forces, such as the P-3 and the F-16s, in order to contribute to the overall cooperative security of our co-citizens. So, how we project our future? How we fly toward the future? As an air chief, one of my main tasks is the effective command and control of the assets under my responsibility. This requires myself and my staff the ability to have a good understanding and awareness of the air picture and to be able to communicate to the crew that operates those air assets. This is to say that the better understanding we, at the strategical and operational level have of the scenario, the better we will be able to establish and provide guidance and request our crew to execute their tactical mission. To put in simple terms, we need good eyes and good ears, providing us accurate and real-time information and sensitive information so that our voice emanates effective orders. For now, so let us focus in the eyes and ears of the Air Force. In order to provide us the situational awareness of the air picture, or in other words, why is flying in the airspace of our responsibility, Portugal relies on the Portuguese Air Command and Control System, POAX in short. I have to remind you, NAV is the air traffic provider services in Portugal. They receive the signal of the transponders of the airplanes. And that's it, what they see in their scopes. They have secondary radars. If someone disconnects that equipment, or if there is a malfunction in that equipment, they won't be able to see where the track is. The Air Force has primary radars. If that happens, we still continue to see the spot and the track, and we work very closely, very, very closely with NAV to grant that the integrity of the airspace is always granted in Portugal. This is really critical and quite important. So this system relies on 3 ground-based radars, one in the north, in Passo Ferreira, another one in the center, Monte Junto, and another one in the south, in Foia. And another additional radar station on Madeira Island, supported by ground-air-ground communications and tactical data links, as depicted in the picture. These remote radar heads are connected to the Portuguese Control and Reporting Center located at Monsanto, which acts as the brain of this system. In here, a group of my crew monitors the air activity 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, identifying and tracking each and every contact of our sensors detect. In simple terms, the output of their assessment is a recognized air picture where radar tracks are identified. If any of these tracks require further investigation, the F-16s in 15 minutes are directed to take off and visually identify the unknown track. Of note, POAX is interconnected with the NATO network, allowing the alliance to extend its sensor capability throughout Europe. This interconnectivity capability is key to the success of our mission, a topic we will discuss later. Although, we will need to continue to cover all national territory. And looking at the future, in order to increase the coverage of our sensors, the Portuguese Air Force is planning to install 3 additional radars in the Azores archipelago. This project is currently under discussion and to be included in the upcoming revision cycle of the military programming law in order to secure funds for its execution. It will be 1 radar in Flores Island, another radar in Santa Maria Islands, and another one in Terceira Island. And all of those will be interconnected to the system, granting the coverage of all radar in all our responsibility. And that is something that is in our military planning law to start next year, and it's a project around 150 million euros that we intend to grant. I believe that we have capabilities in Portugal, in our national industries, to cope with that. So it's a question of coordination and the questions to put all the things on the table and discuss and to go ahead with this project. But, of course, given the extension of our area responsibility, as we have seen before, even when the additional radar sites are functional, we still have and will be having gaps of sensors coverage. As you see, if we look over what it is said in NATO, every radar site has approximately 140 miles out and at 10,000 feet of coverage. So if you look, all of those circles are the radar stations that we have projected, and it is the only ones that we can have in the future. Of course, and looking at that, in all of this huge area of responsibility, we will have gaps. For sure, we will have gaps. So, with this capability interconnected into the National Command and Control Network, the decision makers will have the ability to see in real time in the air, maritime and ground picture, as provided by the UAVs, creating operational networking through a multi-domain cloud. And that is something that we have to look over. This is another project that the Air Force has for the next years. Not small UAVs. We're talking about a kind of global locks, Class 3 plus UAVs that can carry all type of sensors, and that they can, of course, cover all of these small gaps that we have in the coverage, and that allows us to make the link between the radar stations and the platforms that we have. Because I call it platforms because in the Air Force, nowadays, we don't call it airplanes anymore. We call it platforms with sensors or with weaponry. So it's how we work today and how we feel today in the completion of our mission. Another significant capability and significant contributor to the increase in coverage is the employment of fighter aircraft, as these weapon systems have the sensor capability, speed, and flexibility to fill the gaps as the situation requires. This will be a continuation and to fill the gap because it can communicate between each other, between the radar stations, and cover with speed and a few times the places that we require and we need. Using the same concept of the network-enabled warfare, as I just mentioned with the UAS, the usage of the tactical links such as the Link 16, Link 22 allows for the information to be shared across the network and all the way until the decision centers, effectively extending the eyes of the POACs way behind the line of sight. These are, however, two considerations that must be retained. The first one is that an accurate picture requires adequate sensors. This means that continuous development and modernization of our fleets to fifth generation is required to cope with these everlasting challenges that are present. This, in turn, will require the modernization of our fighter fleet while preparing for the implementation of advanced sensors and capabilities such as the ones offered by the fifth generation aircraft and Class 3 UASs, as I mentioned before. In this regard, the continuous investment of the modernization of the F-16 fleet is the pinnacle in order to assure its interconnectivity and equity to its peers. This strategy will facilitate the transition to a new fifth-generation aircraft, a lesson that our European partner nations have learned and already implemented in the F-35. So in here we could see two more projects that we are doing. The Class 3 project, that of course is something that we have in our military programming law for around 200 million also, starting in 26 and beyond to 2030, and the F-16 modernization, because we have here two stages. The F-16 modernization that has started, a few years ago, and it will continue at least until 2030, and the replacement of this airplane for the new fighter fifth generation from 2030 and beyond. So these are two projects that are currently in our military programming law. The F-16s, we might say that nowadays it's being modernized. We have already this capability that we're talking about, the Link 16, but the evolution of the Link 16 for the mid-jitters, and we have it. We are the only ones, US and Portugal are the only ones that have developed this capability. And the most important of it, we have done it with Lockheed in Portugal, with engineering, Portuguese engineering and Portuguese design, and above all, our military engineering, military technicians doing this modernization through Lockheed clearance. So this is really important. This shows us that we are prepared. All of us, we are prepared. Portugal is prepared to go through these areas of communications, links, and satellite connectivity. This is really important, and it's critical for future if you want to grant our sovereignty in our areas of responsibility. The second consideration to retain is that aircraft and sensors are not omnipresent anytime, which means that there will be times where we will have coverage gaps in our area of responsibility. In order to cope with this limitation, the Portuguese Air Force would require adequate space capability. We have to move forward the fourth dimension. It is like our other partners in Europe, the Portuguese Air Force needed to cover all of these gaps, because with that we can cover, I don't know if I, okay, doesn't matter. We have to connect all of these capabilities. And all of these airplanes, F-16s, the P-3 that is currently being modernized for this new link capability, but also to new communication system and new mission system software is being modernized, but also the H-1O helicopters that save lives at 350 miles out of the water and no one is there, but we need to see real time what he's doing. We need to know real time what he's talking. We need to see real time who is he saving and which care the person will need for us to coordinate when he will be landing. So, and all of these sensors, all of these platforms, EH101, P3, F-16s, and other platforms that we have should be, all of them connected in link activity, in nets, and I would say it should have a net with the command and control, have a net with all of the assets that are in the area, and another net with the people that are doing the operation. So this is really important, and with all other platforms. But he also has to be connected with the UAVs, because behind line of sight we won't have any kind of communication. So the UAV is critical for us, like the satellite, because the UAVs cannot be covering all of the area. We need our satellite to match and to link all of these, eliminating the gaps of communication, eliminating the gaps of communication that we have. This is critical for the Portuguese Air Force. This is critical for our country. If we want to continue to grant our sovereignty in our area of responsibility, we need to grant that. And this is a challenge that we all have today. This is really a challenge that our industry has today. We have to find partners to go ahead with this. This is all our responsibility. Of course, one other important pillar is the ability to effectively communicate and transfer sensitive data in real time between all of the nodes of the networks. This includes all the ground-based stations and also the airborne assets. This capability will allow my crew not only to have real-time conversation with the command and control centers, but also to use this capability as a gateway for data sharing between designated effectors. An alternative method of communication in use is by taking advantage of some command and control features available in the Link 16 network. And Portugal is moving ahead with this Link 16 gateway. We have modernized all of our Link 16 net from ground stations up to aerial platforms. All of those areas we are moving to the mid-jitters, to the new version of Link 16. So I believe we are at a good level having in mind and concerning link capability. All of these capabilities are the reason why we are pioneering the development and implementation of the mid-jitters Link 16 terminals in the recently acquired KC-390. As the aircraft are being produced at their Embraer factory, they are being developed in order to cope with the new Link 16 terminals, which will be installed once the aircraft arrive to Portugal, allowing them to take full advantage of the capabilities the network has to offer. This is really important. We worked very closely with Embraer. Embraer couldn't have all of the information, all the sensitive information concerning this capability, but like we wanted a platform that could cope with NATO missions and our responsibility in NATO, we had to start making a bridge between what we have, what we could provide to Embraer and what we need them to do in order to put this capability in this airplane. And I believe everyone is looking for it. There's lots of hundreds and hundreds of hours of engineering between Embraer and the Air Force to develop this capability. And it's real. It's there right now. With this, Portugal will not only have the latest technology in regards to military transport aircraft, but will also be able to have them integrated in NATO operations through this network capability that few nations can offer right now. This rationale is also the base upon which we argue the implementation of Link 16 mid-jitters is a requirement in case in Portugal with acquisition of the new light attack aircraft. The significant operational advantage of this type of platform, such as its endurance, flexibility, low cost, and weapon carriage capability will allow the Air Force to provide an effective support to our Army ground troops with firepower from the air, even in rugged terrain, as these aircrafts can operate from unprepared surfaces. This same concept can be applied while supporting naval forces, for instance in amphibious assault operations, which makes these weapon systems true joint force enablers while contributing to the safeguard of our fellow servicemen on the ground. This is, of course, another program in our military programming law that started already. We have been in discussions with some companies, we have been in discussions with some providers, and I truly hope that will come through soon. We really need this capability. We cannot afford to continue more years ahead without fulfilling this gap. And of course, when I'm talking about this capability, I'm talking about all the package. I'm talking about training and simulation, I'm talking about infrastructures, I'm talking about all of that the capability like a light assault aircraft could offer to us, and of course that could be linked with everything that we have in our area of responsibility. So that's why I usually say this. The Air Force, when we're talking about innovation and when we're talking about the latest technology, I normally say Air Force is working with latest technology, but really latest technology. We are working with technology that is not available to the civilian market right now. That's why our military is often procured through some companies to go, because we really work with latest technology. We could say we are looking over innovation, we are looking over artificial intelligence. The question and the problem of the Air Force is not dealing with artificial intelligence right now. We work with that for years. Our problem is how we deal with artificial intelligence, how we deal with the robotics, how it is the ethics of war. Can we allow some of our softwares and some of our machines to predict and to dictate what we're going to do, what will be our own steps, our next steps? No. Our problem right now is not to work with that technology. We have it. We know it. We have to control it. And that is the problem in the Air Force. So we are 2 steps ahead in this problem. And that is something that we are discussing internally. How we can manage this, how we're going to manage this in the development of the software and the equipment that we need for the future, and that the equipment and the integrations that we're going to do in the platforms for the 22nd century, because of course we are in the 3rd decade almost. So that's why our military programming law aim to look forward. And most of our programs, as we are being discussed right now in the military air forces, we are in the armed forces, we are discussing it, but of all our programs aim 2030 beyond. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that in these few minutes I was able to give you an insight of how the Portuguese Air Force executes parts of its mission, while seeking to be a modern and updated organization capable to foresee into the future, so we can stand ready to execute our missions under an operational environment in the scope of both military and civilian operations. Development of some of the operational capabilities previously discussed and their integration concurrent with the development and implementation of the required training tools and infrastructure are areas where we consider the national industry could play a pivotal role, which the Air Force could consider support safeguarding the national interests of Portugal. Once again, I reiterate my appreciation for the opportunity that was given to be here, and I will be available to answer your questions and follow-on comments. Thank you very much all.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Yes, so I think it's okay. Yes, so thank you very much for sharing those insights. And first, it's very important, of course, for the industry to understand what are the main priorities so that we can do, as you mentioned, that work together. So I would like to call now Alexandre Solis, the CEO from OGMA. So of course, one of the major aerospace players here in Portugal, which is going to talk about MRO and the future digitalization. Thank you very much.
So, Portuguese Air Force Chief and of Staff and dear participants, good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity. OGMA is delighted once more to support the AED Days, an event contributed every year to consolidate the position of Portugal in the global aerospace map. A warm thank you to AED team and his leadership, Mr. José Neves and its board of directors, for the value they have been adding to our industry. OGMA is currently working on the implementation of a major investment project that will strongly contribute for OGMA and the cluster development. This project will put us on an important group of MRO companies able to perform jet engines of new generation. As most of you may know, I'm referring to the qualification of OGMA to be part of Pratt & Whitney GTF engines. Once up and running, will be added to work we proudly provide to Rolls-Royce as its authorized service center since the 90s. As announced, we are investing more than 80 million euros in this project, creating more than 500 qualified jobs and aiming to triple our exports out of Alverca. This reflects how engine MRO is one of our core business, remaining a distinctive competence inside the Embraer Group, where we are proud to be part of for more than 17 years. As a company that is part of the effort and aware of how digitalization is an important subject and is also on the European agenda, today we would like to share some thoughts on our approach to digitalization, sharing some best practices, including on our PWGTF project. Installing this capability at OGMA relates directly with the development of our company for the next decades, based on competitiveness and global reach of its business, something we cannot do alone. Some of you from the Portuguese innovation ecosystem have been working with us, developing digitalization projects. Still, we certainly welcome to any ideas where, after a proper analysis, we can align your specific expertise with our goal of keeping the right path to reinforce our competitiveness, retain our talent, and maximize our exports. Again, thank you in advance for your attention and hope the next minutes are useful for you as well. I'll say just a little bit about OGMA. OGMA, in the end of June, will be 104 years old. We started in 1918. So in 1952, with the creation of Portuguese Air Force, we became a base to support them. And I will say, mention here that in 1998, we started the civil aviation. 2005, we have the process of privatization. And in 2020, we signed a contract with GTF engines. And last year, we signed a memorandum to start our academy. This is our global footprint, and we are authorized maintenance center for Lockheed Martin, Embraer, Rolls-Royce, and Pratt & Whitney. This is one portfolio in defense. This is the Air Force that we are working for. And this is our portfolio in civil aviation. And these are the main services of our products made at OGMA, that we are investing on digital transformation now. And I will talk a little bit about digital transformation is much more than just paperless or connecting machines. Digital transformation is about transforming the way companies operate and interact with customers. Digital transformation is not only about technology and equipment, it's about the people and their interface with technology. Digital transformation has the ability to transform your company by improving efficiency, improving customer experience, and reduce human error. It has the ability of opening new sales channels and enabling new business models. Digital transformation should impact all areas of the organization, change and create new processes, operations, business models, and redefine organizational mindsets. The journey to digital transformation can be daunting, but it should be thought as an integrated process where strategy and goals should be defined, all steps identified, and a roadmap should be followed. Implementing digital transformation is a multi-step process that should involve, first of all, people, technology, process, operation, and business strategy. COVID-19 has accelerated the digital transformation globally. However, the aviation industry in general has progressed a bit slower compared with other areas such as retail, banking, consumer products, and other industry. That's because aviation has higher cycle times of production and lower volume compared with other industries. And there's no one-size-fits-all approach to digital transformation. Solutions should be tailor-made for each industry and each business model in order to successful. Technology can help to greatly improve the efficiency of the MROs. Some of the best examples are predictive maintenance, which allows a reduction of costs and downtime for aircraft. The use of automated warehouses can optimize performance and deliver parts just in time. Technology also plays a part in accelerating training of technicians through the employment of virtual reality and augmented reality techniques. Automated inspections can greatly increase the accuracy and speed of inspections, while paperless records can improve the reliability of data. Just talk about our main project. We are doing the industrialization. It takes about 3 years. The first engine will be delivered the first semester of 2024. We will have the capacity to do the PW 1100 and 1900. First one is the A300 new, and the other is the E2, Embraer E2. This business will create about 500 highly qualified new work positions. And we are investing almost 3,000 tools. We will have a new test cell, state-of-the-art. We are investing in our infrastructures, and we are doing an acquisition of the last generation in equipment. So putting all this together, we have these main challenges that are the forecast, traceability, data management, high regulatory requirements, storage management. All these challenges, we are focused on some 4 target fields. One in production, for the execution, monitor system, planning, schedule, maintenance tasks, quality control, system that assist the technicians in decision-making and ensure the close approximation to the actual arrival configuration, knowledge in capitalization, new methods for capturing and disseminating lessons learned with technicians, and internal logistics. All of this, we are using the 4.0 technologies like paperless, automated quality control, digital twins, Internet of Things, automated vertical warehouses. We are doing all this for this new project, and of course, we are going to use this in the other projects that we are inside OGMA. OGMA is embedded into the Portuguese ecosystem, working together with Portuguese university, research centers, and small and medium-sized enterprise to form a technology cluster that will represent investment in Portugal, creation of highly qualified jobs, the development of new technology that will drive our competitiveness forward. OGMA is a centenary company, proud for its past and looking forward to another 100 years. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. So we will go ahead now with the afternoon session. So I would like to call the moderator and the panel to come up to the stage so that we can go ahead, please. Okay. Hi. Take a seat. So you'll just have to put a mic on everyone quickly. Go ahead. Or maybe. Tá bem.
Shall we go to the...
Yes, please. Go ahead, Isabel. Sì, forza. Forza.
So, good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and my name is Rui Marcelino. I'm Vice President of AED, and so in the name of AED, it is a great honor to have you here for the afternoon session. Thank you so much for coming. And it is a honor to be hosting this panel, especially regarding a topic which is, I think, so interesting for all of us, which is emerging disruptive trends. What's on your technology roadmap? And to talk about this, we will have Paulo Godinho from Maxar. This was the order that was previously mentioned. We have Isabel Hervas from Indra. We have Maria Lane from Saab. I think she's remotely waiting to get into this panel. And we have Dominic Morley, Dom, thank you for coming, from BAE Systems. Well, I would like to make a short introduction to this theme, but I will make it very short since I know that Maria has to leave us in a couple of minutes, so she's running late also. And so I will very soon give the floor to Maria, just mentioning a few words which I think are interesting and important to introduce this topic, which is the topic refers disruptive trends and roadmaps. And I think it's important to highlight here that we are facing enormous challenges, not only in terms of society, geopolitics, and climate in our worlds. And we know that the majority of innovations that we know, they occur, I would say, not properly in a disruptive way, but in an incremental way. What's happening is that the challenges are getting so high that the ways to solve and to get these solutions need also to have more disruptive solutions. And I think this is what takes us here today. I think we need to do two things. One is to be really aware in advance about what's going to happen. And at the same time, because this is a highly costly and long-term investments industry, we need to start creating our roadmap much in advance to get the solutions ready when they need to be. I believe this is something we are going to learn a little bit more today about how are your companies and your groups of work are working to having this anticipation, having these roadmaps to have disruptive or at least incremental innovations that will solve or at least create new opportunities for the world. And with no further delay, I would first of all thank again to Maria to join us, even remotely, as I know. I couldn't find my glasses yet, but I think I still can say that Maria is Director of R&D, right, and Strategic Business and Area Surveillance at Saab. Right, Maria? And regarding the topic of your presentation, I will leave to you. In the meanwhile, I'll find my glasses and we'll close the session. Thank you so much, Maria. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for that very good introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I would really like to thank you for the opportunity to speak at this very important conference down in Portugal. And I hope it's okay to participate in this way, digital. So my name is Maria Lanne. I'm Director of Research and Technology at Business Area Surveillance within Saab. And today I will give you a pitch about technology trends and core area development for sensors. And I will also touch upon the topic which I just mentioned, the importance of starting out early to be able to mature technology to have the right prerequisites to succeed. So let's start out this way and look at Saab's mission. Saab's mission is to keep people and society safe. And we know that keeping people society safe today will mean something else tomorrow. The threats are changing and the needs are changing. And definitely we've seen that over the last period this spring. In Saab's mission, it's also clear in which way you should fulfill this mission. It's by pushing technological and intellectual boundaries. And it's by working with constant innovation and constant learning. And for high-tech companies, especially in the defense and security business, working with all these tools continuously is extremely important to remain in the forefront. But let's take a look back first. Saab was first started with a mission to secure the nation, Sweden's supply of military aircraft. That was back in 1937. And from that, the company has changed quite dramatically from that one product to a very wide portfolio, spanning over the land, naval, air domain, from standalone products to systems of systems. And how is such a journey possible from that one product to that broad portfolio? And how do we make the journey from where we are today to reach the needs or fill the needs we need for tomorrow? And I think in the mission there, you see, I think we have a few of the keys at least. Innovation is absolutely a key aspect in this. We need new innovative technology, and we also need innovative ways of working. The creativity in the company is extremely important, but also the way we work together, to have an open environment where we enable doing fail fast and learn through our work. That's extremely important. The other thing is to work with our research and technology funnel. That means that we constantly work with new technology, fill it in the funnel, and test different technologies to see what we will need in the future. Especially in the high performance domain like defense and security, we need a lot of time to secure that this new technology fulfills all the requirements and works together with all the other parts in the product, in the service, as we expect it to do. So in the working with the research and technology funnel, one such tool which is extremely important is of course to have a very active triple helix. to work together with universities, government, and other companies. And even if we are in a rather specific business, the defense and security business, it's not always as specific as you might believe. There are so much to learn from also commercial businesses, like the telecom business and automotive industry, not the least within the area of sensors. I mean, there are sensors, a lot of them, both in cars and definitely in telecom. So there are lots to gain. And I think, talking about trends, I think that is a trend that we will see even more of. There will come even more of the commercial technology. And the speed in the commercial technology is something that is hitting us already today, and it will be even more so. And it will influence also the defense and security business. I think it was the previous presenter here was talking about the digital revolution or digital evolution. And that is definitely one of these trends which has influenced the whole society, but also the sensor business. So within Saab, the digital revolution has changed the way we develop products, the way we produce products, but it has also opened up new fields. It has made it possible to do disruptive solutions, which wouldn't be possible some 20 years ago. And one such example is, for example, the Saab remote tower, where we have one control tower at one airport, which can remotely control another airport where there is no tower. Such a solution wouldn't be possible some 10, 20 years ago, but that is thanks to the digital revolution. But since I'm talking mainly about sensors today, there has definitely been a big change within the sensor area as well, and that is that we have software-defined radars today and software-defined sensors. So what does software-defined sensors or capabilities mean? On the outside, the product might look quite the same, but happens a lot inside. The analog parts, of course, get smaller. We get more of the digital parts, and the software parts are increasingly rapidly. There are a lot of things which need to be controlled and settled in the system, but primarily we're adding the opportunity of adding new functionality. So you can launch the product, and during the product lifetime, you can add a new functionality by just changing the software. And actually, the product is not defined unless it has the software in it. The software sets the modes, the functions, and all that. And this adds a very interesting capability for the customer to be able to update the product to new needs and changing needs during the lifetime of the product. But going over to software-defined products does not just mean that you are able to develop that product over the lifetime. If you do the architecture and the design and the interfaces of the products and of the whole product portfolio in the right way, the digital revolution of software-defined products enables that you can also reuse much more between the products since there are these digital interfaces in them. And that is actually something which has been extremely helpful, because of course you can save time and money if you can reuse functionalities between the different products in your product family. But actually I would say the most important thing is the maturity of the functionality and how much you can rely on the product, since the functionality can have been out in use before you introduce it in the next product. So that is extremely helpful. And one such example from Saab is, for example, the drone detection capability, which was first developed for the Giraffe A and B radar, but then it was easily introduced also in the Giraffe 4 radar, as well as in the Giraffe 1X radar. And the picture here shows the naval version of the Giraffe 1X radar, and on a combat CB-90 combat boat 90 from Saab Docksta. So this adds a fantastic opportunity for continuously developing the products. So looking a little bit more on where we are today and what kind of trends we see. And to the left in the picture here, you see the 5 core product areas of Saab. And as I mentioned, it's a broad portfolio. It spans over the aeronautics domain. It spans over underwater, command and control, sensors, and advanced weapon systems. And focusing on the sensors, and let's see a bit what's the core technologies there. Some of the core technologies are and will remain important now and in the future, but there will be evolution within them, and I will just mention a few of them. I would say maybe the most important one is the possibility to make highly integrated sensor arrays, to make them really tight, to have a low SWaP-C, to make sure that you integrate cooling, power, everything very tight together. And that trend will continue over the years. We see that the ships or chipsets are becoming more and more mature. They can do much more within one sensor or one chip. I think in the future we will see even more of additive manufacturing as well, not just in mechanical design and cooling, but also in printing electronic. I really look forward to see that. And also we will see much more digital and optical components within those designs. So there, it's extremely important today, and it will continue to evolve. The next thing, you have no use of the signal from the sensors unless you process the data. So signal processing and data processing will remain extremely important. But of course, the data flows, the data streams will increase in speed, and the amount of data will increase dramatically. And maybe in the end, we end up needing quantum computers as well in sensors. It wouldn't be surprisingly if it was that way. And of course, today and in the future, I was talking about software-defined products. Adding new functionality, that is something will come much faster and much more regularly, that you shift in the products. And we will meeting more of a software as a service where you can order what kind of functionality you would like in your product. So that are things which are already today. And I would also like to mention a bit more about going forward. We already see today the cyber threats. They are increasing, and they will likely to increase even more in the future. And in the defense and security business, having safe and secure products is an absolutely basis and absolutely requirement to make sure that no one else comes into the product, which is no one changes the services of the product. So that will remain important also in the future, and even more important. Another trend which we see a lot of, and very much these days, are these autonomous vehicles. There's a clear trend going to both very simple unmanned vehicles to rather advanced unmanned vehicles. And that is something we will also see much, much more of, but also autonomous functionality, things working without an operator being in the loop, and also functions supported or mainly dependent on artificial intelligence. It's already there, but it will increase. And I think primarily considering that the data amounts are increasing so dramatically that it will be impossible for the operator to handle it. So it will be needed for decision support primarily. The last big trend, I call it cloud here, but rather it's about the defense becoming more and more networked. We can see this in steps. First, with more distributed sensor systems, several sensors interacting. Combining, for example, high performance, high-end products with low-end products, commercial products, and I think we'll see much more of that, and we do already, these commercial products coming in and complementing the other products. We see active and passive sensors working together, and all these sensors must be able to interact with each other. Communication, networks, applying to the same standards, that will increase also over the years. Ultimately, it's probably reaching towards that multi-domain combat cloud, where the air domain, naval domain, land domain are all connected together, and probably also with the cyber domain and space domain. So all these working together. And of course, there are a lot of challenges, and to meet these shifting needs and to be able to include these disruptive technologies into current portfolios, into current services and the functionality, you have to continuously work with that research and technology funnel to mature this technology into use. So wrapping up to the introduction again, keeping people and society safe tomorrow will need that we work constantly with pushing intellectual and technological boundaries to make sure that we end up with a safe and secure society in the future. Thank you very much for inviting me and letting me participate in this fantastic event.
Thank you, Maria. We were having a problem here, like, how do I sign Maria that she has only 1 minute, but to close it beautifully. So it was really great. And I received a very interesting question from your side, but unfortunately, we are running a little bit late, so I'll leave it probably for afterwards. Just congratulations for starting a presentation about sensors area, where the first word you present to us is trust, which I like very much. So congratulations for your excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Maria, for joining us. And without
thank you
for giving time to if you manage to stay for the later round of questions, it's okay. If not, we totally understand because we are really running late. So it's completely okay. Thank you so much, Maria. And for the next presentation, we have, that was what was scheduled, Paulo Godinho. Paulo, thank you so much for joining, and with no further delay. Paulo is a sales manager. Now I have the glasses, so it's great. It's sales manager for the European government market at Maxar. And Paulo will show us some examples of satellite imagery used for defense. Paulo, the floor is yours. And please help me to keep the pace within this 10 minutes presentation. Thank you, Paulo. And thank you for coming.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Boa tarde, good afternoon. And that's the correct presentation. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be here in front of this audience. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview about who Maxar is and reveal some of the use cases that we've been enabling through our technology.
É sempre ao contrário.
Yeah. We can go to the moon, but we struggle with clickers.
Product design.
So I'm not sure how many people here know about the Maxar brand name, but I can guarantee that all of you have interacted with our technology in some shape or form, and I also can guarantee that some of you probably use it on a daily basis. So let me give you a quick overview. We split ourselves into two big business segments. We do space infrastructure on one side of the business, and we do Earth intelligence on another side of the business. We are headquartered in Colorado, with team members distributed all around the world. We are present across 20 locations. We have customers in over 70 countries. We operate a network of over 170 resellers and partners, and have just over 4,000 employees. I mentioned space infrastructure. On the space infrastructure side, this is where we've got a strong heritage of building and launching geostationary satellites. These are 8,000 kilogram high-frequency satellites that are sending signals to customers on Earth. We also build robotics here. We're involved with space and science explorations to Mars, space and science explorations to the moon. Very, very cool stuff. And then there's the Earth intelligence side of the business. And that's where we've got satellites doing things like Earth observation in very high resolution and very high accuracy. And so one of the things that really excites me about Maxar is how mission-driven and how innovation-focused we are, and how we wrap up these capabilities around solving real-world problems that our customers face here on Earth. At the center of this slide, you can see 4 satellites. Those are the satellites that are currently live. These are orbiting at about 700 kilometers away from us, and they're about the size of a double-decker bus, okay? They are imaging Earth at 30 centimeters or up to 30 centimeters per pixel, That's very, very high resolution. And they're collecting about 3.5 million square kilometers of data every single day, and we're storing all of it. Now, when you think about it, there's the data component, but there's also the AI and the ML tools that go into it that we build into our products and solutions, and we can do things. And there were people talking about digital twins. And to this day, we can create a 3D model of any given location, depending on size, but imagine Lisbon, we could do that in just a couple of hours, which is pretty impressive. So I talked a little bit about imagery, and we've been doing this for a long time. So it's been about 20 years since we've been imaging Earth. As I said, we store this information. We've got over 120 petabytes of information in archive. It's a huge amount of data, but it's only useful if there's a use case for it and if there are the tools and the expertise to process it. Now, think about this for a second as well. 120 petabytes of data is a lot of data. It's no good if it is offline. So we made an investment years ago in moving all the data to the cloud so we could enable different business models and wider access to customers. I mentioned 30-centimeter resolution. I think this example shows the importance of why resolution matters to our customers. On the right, you've got a 30-centimeter resolution image. On the left, you've got a 5-meter one. In our business, resolution is information. For our most demanding customers, the more information they have in the pixel, the more information they can extract from it, the better decisions they can make. You'd have seen a lot of our imagery on the news very recently over the Ukraine war. This is one example of such an image taken at the beginning of this month. This particular image is showing an airfield in Ukraine, in Kherson, that's currently occupied by Russian forces. There are Russian assets on the ground. You see some helicopters very visibly there. Crucially, you also see a crater from the Ukrainian attack, suggesting that Ukrainians are within, or Ukrainian artillery is within range of this particular location. This image was taken just a few days ago, and it shows an airbase in Russia with a fleet of jets already armed and alert, Tu-class bombers that are ready for deployment. And this is critical intelligence that can and is supplied to those defending Ukraine. And for all it's worth, there's a very ugly side to this war, right? And the two images that you see flicking on the screen, they are showing a possible mass grave site near Mariupol. They've been taken just a week apart, at the end of March, beginning of April. Satellite imagery isn't applicable only to land. It's also applicable to sea, to maritime monitoring missions. I'll give you a few examples of this, but what we're doing these days, we're incorporating different sources of data. Some of that data is customer-defined. Some of data is through partnerships that we've got also with radar satellite providers. And typically what we do is we receive tipping information, and typically this means that the vessels are not transmitting AIS information. They're dark vessels. They're not to be seen. Through artificial intelligence, we estimate the future location of those vessels, and then we task our satellites to take an optical image over them, which is the type of image chip you see on the right. There's another example of such an application. Here we got a tip from a vessel of interest. Then there were 2 radar images through partnerships that we obtained. You can clearly see that something is going on there. You see 2 vessels doing something. You can see the type of vessel class, and then through the optical image, you can see what the vessels are actually doing, in this case, an illegal oil transfer. A couple more examples. In this case of transshipment, you can see on the one on the left, you can see the cargo holds open, and some examples of illegal fishing. And the final example, probably close to Portuguese interests. You've all been familiar with what's been happening in Mozambique for a few years. Since 2017, there's been a widespread insurgency from a group supported by ISIS. There's been civilian killings, government authorities attacked. There's been also a total halt to the Total project in Palma. And we looked into areas that needed attention on both sea and land. And so being mindful that the Mozambican authorities could probably be doing more, we looked at the sea domain, and one of the things that we could establish is that the insurgents were using these small vessels, they call them dhows, and they were transporting goods through those dhows and also transporting people. But that's how they were funding and how they've been funding activity, illegal activity, how they've been funding the continued progress that they've been making on that part of the country. Through a stack of images and human analysts, we could narrow down the locations where those vessels were landing. And that's what the images are showing on the screen. And as you can see, they're very, very small, very similar to normal fishing vessels for that part of the world. We also looked at what could the Mozambican authorities be doing, and the image is showing Mozambican forces vessels that have been stationary in these positions for a rather long time. Image B, which is the one on the spotlight, also shows 6 small craft that have been there for a long time and were not utilized. And so, obviously, this is a very short presentation. If you'd like to kind of read more about this use case, and there's others as well, drop me an email on the email address you see on the screen. I'll be happy to send that to you. And in the interest of time, that's really all I've got. So in summary, and I know, Rui, you're going to be very pleased because I'm finishing within 9 minutes.
I am.
Yeah. But I hope in terms of trends, and a lot of these things are here and they are happening, and we'll talk a little bit more in the discussion, but it's really about, for our business, it's about very high resolution, providing critical insight to decision makers across different lines of business, across different industries, but with the defense market being the most demanding. It's also about that frequency, daily revisit, intraday revisit, hourly revisit, near real-time revisit. It's getting increasingly more important. And then on the maritime side of things, vessel detection is a multi-source, multi-pronged approach. The tools are starting to come out that we can do this at scale and very much off the shelf to help authorities deal with that challenge. 10 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paulo, not only for the excellent presentation. We have heard about imagery used from satellites from a long time ago, but it's really impressive. And thank you for the 30 seconds that let me saying these words and let me present with a little bit more calm, which is deserved, Isabel Hervas?
Yes.
Hervas, okay. Isabel is director of digital labs at Indra, right?
Right.
And as I understood, you're in charge of a digital factory for incorporating disruptive software technology in Indra's defense portfolio. Am I right?
Right, perfect.
Thank you so much for coming,
Thank you very
Isabel,
much.
and the floor is yours.
Thanks. No pressure with time, no?
No, just 10 minutes. We're okay.
Okay.
Paulo gave us 30 seconds more.
And it was
Usually it's the other way around.
when it's on. In the meantime, well, thank you very much again for the opportunity to discuss in this panel. We've also tried to, following my colleagues' previous presentation and also some of the interventions that we've been able to hear this morning, throughout this morning and this afternoon, we've tried to open a bit the angle because it's really challenging, I would say, and I'm very sure you would all agree, to put within 10 minutes well, the landscape of emerging technologies for the defense and security sector. It's also been widely introduced, but the technologies that we are now incorporating in this portfolio, in this sector, in this business, are significantly widened than the ones we used to have. They are significantly, I would say, hybrid, meaning the nature, the radio frequency, or the software and TI, IT frequency, nature, sorry, of the technologies, and also a different number of drivers that we will be able, I hope, to see through later. A number of additional drivers are also leading us to change the way, to radically change and adapt the way in which we are actually incorporating those technologies on the portfolio. Those 4 drivers, for the sake of time, I will start introducing them, and maybe later we can we can go through them in the slides. But those 4 drivers, thank you very much. Those 4 drivers being, the first of them I already introduced, and it was downwards. Yeah. The 4 major drivers that we were introducing, because they are actually reshaping the way we incorporate technology in these areas, are hybrid maturity cycles. We were discussing previously that we've got very long anticipation to, I would say, to foresee, the glass ball, to put out loud, to be able to actually envision what technology sets are going to be. However, that changes and changes very, very often, at least for a subset of technologies. I mean, we're going to have technologies maturing at a rate of, we would say, 5 to 10 years' time. Other technologies, as we will see later, they're literally changing, completely regenerating every 3 to 5 years. So it's a bit of a hybrid approach that we need to be really able to cope with in order to be able to incorporate those technologies. The second major driver that, at least within Indra, we're trying to tackle, I was going to say tackling, but to be honest, trying to tackle, is that this time or this era that we see now, this decade of incorporation of technologies, is civil first, and we are not used to that in the defense and security area. We are used to, as we also discussed previously in the sessions previously, we are used to being defense first, and then you jump onto other fields. We were also introducing, or I would say enjoying, literally, the insights that we can actually now benefit from satellite imagery. But the thing is that now there is a huge, I would say, launching of nano, micro, LEO, MEO. I mean, there's a whole bunch of traffic up there, and it's likely going to be increasing even more and more. And those are equipped with civil technologies that we have to take in. We have to be able to factor them in our overall portfolio management, our overall technology management, and make that work, which is not that easy. The next topic, at least we are handling very, very directly with, is sovereignty, which I think is something quite obvious. But in this type of technologies, and we'll see a bit more through this later, we are not only worried about sovereignty at a national level, we're really stressing European sovereignty in the critical sectors, in the technologies affecting the critical sectors, most of all in the defense and security, not only in the European field, but also in the alliance, in the allies. That's also shaping up the number of technologies, the set of technologies we're incorporating, and how to do that. And the last one, and really literally not least, we have to change people, we have to change culture, we have to be able to overcome change management, and that is not easy at all, literally not easy. In order to be able to jump very quickly, well, what we are targeting is basically, at least from within Indra, is basically our portfolio. We are delivering, we are producing sensors, we are producing systems of systems, communications, we are producing mission systems and command and control. So we are basically talking about spectrum superiority, intelligent planners, planning, you see, resourcing data, and everything in the theater of operations made available in the right time, in the right place, and literally within seconds. Sensors and actuators, also Maria mentioned that before, so I'm not going to step in very, very long. Adaptive and secure communications. What we are developing is the concept, commonly known concept of cognitive operations. And then the multi-domain, efficient, secure, resilient. I'm going to be focusing in this very few minutes on the set of digital technologies, not only because they are also my area of responsibility within Indra, but also because this set of technologies are where those 4 drivers I previously mentioned are, I would say, more stringent. The urge for dual technologies, the driving forces of the civil world, the talent competition, because you literally have, you have amazing projects to propose to data scientists and to cloud architects, but there's the huge ecosystem of enterprises out there just proposing the same or even more with less closed or less captive markets. So this is what we are talking about and going to be talking about in the following 3-4 slides, literally. First reflection, and I already introduced that before, most digital technologies are already very mature, literally mature. Also two sessions ago, it was said, we already have artificial intelligence. We already have it there. We have it in place. Yes, we do have it in place. We have artificial intelligence and so many others in the defense and security sector, but we've got to run the last mile. And by the time that we have run the last mile for incorporating that into the defense and security sector, it might very likely have changed because it changes a lot more often than it used to, or that other technologies used to. And then, what I already discussed, civil IT first. It's like mobile first, cloud first, and in this time, this is IT first, civil IT first. And for that, as I was already introducing, we really have to work to be able to take those in, to learn, actually, not to work, to learn and how to take that in. And we have not done, I would say it. We have, at least we don't think we have done it as a sector, as a business, so very well in the previous technology generations, maybe be it in the software fields. We haven't done it just yet. We've lost a couple of tracks, but I'm pretty sure, or we're pretty sure that given the level of impact of this one, it's going to be substantially different. I wanted to focus on 3 of the whole set of technologies. I'm only going to do that very, very briefly because, again, being conscious of time, cloud edge and data. Here, we are having it absolutely everywhere. 3 drivers, Mayor. First one, because we need to do what we used to already, but better, meaning predictive maintenance, HPC and whatever. We need to do more than we used to do, and we also mentioned combat cloud, space-based IOBT, meaning Internet of Battlefield Things, or the counter UAS. And we need to work together better because, again, trying to work in cooperation, we need to be able to leverage what IT technologies are putting on the table, which allows Maria being somewhere in Sweden, being connected and enjoying a panel here. But not only that, but also our teams working with a level of confidentiality and security that defense programs require, but remotely and in a more agile way, not necessarily Scrum, but in a more agile way, so that we can actually leverage this dynamics. In artificial intelligence, I just wanted to note out 4 major topics we are working on, deeply working on, some use case on the right, but most of all, what we are doing what you can see on the right side of the slide is what we are doing to actually take AI in, meaning we have to leverage data platforms for mission-critical systems, and that's not easy to put. That's not an easy stack. That's not a stack that is commonly available and readily available from commercial providers, at least not completely. We also need to push AI engineering, and why AI engineering? Again, because fancy algorithms are super cool, as you were saying before, but then we need to streamline them into actual mission-critical decision systems. We really have to take that into an air defense command and control systems, and for that purpose, we need to have a lot of add-ons into the equation to be able to actually deliver and to actually deploy that AI set of algorithms. We have to go beyond the report. In defense and security, we're very used to, okay, let's build a report, let's make a study, a feasibility study, which is like 250 pages, at least, because otherwise you're very unprofessional. And then you start 2 years later building something that we have to go really beyond that. And then again, ensuring federated and resilient AI. I'm not going to mention, not too much, because I'm out of time, literally. Hybrid twin labs, the benefit from digital twins connected to data, to cyber, and to connectivity. It was only last October that the UK MOD launched a project to deliver and to develop a backbone of a digital twin of their backbone of communications in order to be able to enhance their knowledge about it, to enhance their optimization of the processes and the operations, and then to support its life cycle. And last, and I'm going to be last, really getting the technology straight. It's literally not enough. There is a huge amount of talent there that we need to action, that we need to activate, that we need to engage. I wanted to mention, and that's literally the last introduction, or the last idea that I wanted to introduce. Again, at the end of last year, there was this Nicholas Chayman. It was the first chief software officer in the U.S. Pentagon, the U.S. Armed Forces. He provided an interview, he offered an interview after quitting, which was quite significant, and he pointed out some of the topics that we really need to address right if we want to do or want to cope with the emerging technologies that we really need to shape up the defense and security sector. Be them digital or not, but we really need to provide a sense of urgency. There are many of them who are already viable there. We need to find a way. Again, please go beyond the report. We need to cope with not over-classifying absolutely everything, because we are too tightened up by the security regulations, which we are all very sensible with. Well, then we've got to go given steps, talks over acts, use cases. That's also a methodology that is widely present now, thankfully. And we've got to run away from monolithic architectures and care for the people and the talent who build this. Sorry, because I think I overstepped 1 minute or so. But thank you very much for your attention, and thanks for that.
Isabel, thank you so much. Amazing presentation. I think there's enough information inside to give a full day of discussion. So it was really, really amazing. And to put that in 11 minutes was really...
close.
No, it was really wonderful. And like I told, there's matter for 1 day of discussion.
Okay.
So thank you so much for being so synthetic, and I was really enthusiastic with that. And last but, as we usually say, not the least, Dom Morley, thank you for coming, first of all. Dom is Head of International Market and Strategy at BAE Systems. And, well, Don will also challenge us about some interpretation of disruption rights and some other things that is going to be on his presentation. Don, thank you so much for coming. The floor is yours.
Rui, thank you so much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you all here today. I think one of the great benefits of going last is that you get to hear much of your material presented by far better and more qualified individuals than yourself. So it gives me the opportunity to move at pace, you'll be glad to hear. So I'll be touching on some themes as I go through, but absolutely no detail. Well, any questions for afterwards, please. Interestingly, I am a big fan of the Maxar stuff, so that was fascinating for me. And I think for me, what really stands out as disruptive in the Maxar pitch isn't the 30-centimeter resolution or the coverage around the Earth or the teraflops of data that you produce per second. It's the fact that we can all get it. We can all get it at all times. Stuff that would have been classified top secret with red banners all over it 20, 30 years ago is now available to everybody to plan their holiday. I mean, and that truly, I think, is disruptive. And I think it's that theme that I'll take forward into some of the things that I'll be talking about today. I am, however, contractually obliged to talk a little bit about BAE Systems before we go on. We normally say at this point that we're quite a big company. We've got something like 80,000 people working in 40 countries across the world in 6 major groups. We work across all the defense domains, air, land, sea, space, cyber, digital, that sort of stuff. So I will not do justice to all the work that those men and women do on a day-to-day basis here today. So I apologize to them in advance. But I do want to make a point before we go on about disruption. Disruption is a relative term. It is not an absolute technology. It's not a thing. It is a relative thing. Being in the defense industry, and I wouldn't want to speak for all the brave men and women in uniform who know much more about this than I do at the moment. But I think one of the things that we're picking up from the Ukraine crisis at the moment, the war in Ukraine, is that disruption comes in many, many different forms. And it depends on a lot of other factors. So when I think of my customers and their missions, what I think of is they wish to deter bad actors from acting against their interests. They wish to exact a cost to bad actors for acting against their interests if they actually do that. And they want to build alliances with partners to prevent anything from happening to start with. So those are their key fundamental requirements, whether they're Air Force generals or naval admirals or staff in the three-letter agencies that we all with. Fundamentally, that's what they wish to do. So our mission as a company is essentially to help those people achieve those three aims. So how do we do that? Well, we do it across all of the domains individually, in detail, at platform level, at product level, at sensor level, at software level. We do it in space. We've bought back into space business. I think that's been mentioned maybe once or twice today. I think it's come up anyway. But space, big thing. We're moving back into that now. Not just necessarily the overpopulation of space with LEO satellites and everything else, but the use of the data, the pulling off of the data from all of that, the use of that as a service to our clients moving forward. I think that's a key thing for us. The hardening of space. Space is becoming a more militarized zone. And to keep an advantage there, I think making sure that the systems that you put up there stay up there and can be robust. I think that's the key with precise nav and timing and comms and GPS and all the things that we take for granted, but preserving that's important. Autonomy runs through everything. Again, it's been mentioned a couple of times today. But autonomy for us is both the human working with autonomous systems and the human being potentially replaced by autonomous systems, both in the air and on the land and underwater as well. We've got a number of different products and platforms that we've developed and fielded that do some of that. We're learning a huge amount, and I think that's the key. We're learning about it. Nobody has the answers yet. Nobody knows how these things will be used, where the precise utilities will be. But again, bring it back to disruption. We can see already the results are coming in from the fields of Ukraine. Some of the things that are happening out there are the source of enormous learning both for us and for our customers, which we will all move forward with. Sustainability, again, that came up a lot this morning. I remember making lots of notes on this, so I'll take those away as well. But one of the things that we're doing at the moment, I think, is partnering with our good colleagues in Embraer to embrace the next generation of electric eVTOL aircraft. It's been mentioned that not defence first and civil first, and in this case, another great example of that, where the demands of the civil sector, mobility, low-carbon mobility around congested city spaces is leading to innovation in aircraft that we think we can harness towards defence outcomes, whether that's mobility of people, whether it's short-range resupply, those sorts of things, whether it's the maritime domain, but working closely with partners. And again, partners, I think we'll come back to that later on. I think that's going to be a key thing. And of course, digital, cyber, C4I*, yes, absolutely. How do you use all that data to make decisions? Again, disruption is not a technology, disruption is a frame of mind. And it has to be focused, I think, on who you're wishing to deter through disruption, how long you're wishing to do it, for how long do you want to do that, where will you do that? These are the questions that matter to our customers. Bringing a knife to a fist fight is a disruptive act. It's an old technology, but it's a disruptive act. And I think if that technology is allowed just to continue without that context, I think sometimes it can be distracting for investment purposes and for capability development purposes. So I've mentioned the multi-domain. For us, it's not just now a question of linking maritime assets or linking air assets. And for us as a company, that's quite difficult. We come from a platform background. We build aeroplanes, we build ships, we build tanks, we build artillery pieces. But the effect that all that creates is what's of interest to our customers. And what we're seeing more and more and more and more, and I think we're all seeing this, is that the multi-domain battle space is actually the way to really get the most out of all of those capabilities, those fires, that knowledge on the battlefield to really achieve those effects. I point out here a picture of a UUV. It may or may not be one that we're developing, but an XL UUV operating with a nuclear submarine. All underwater battle space stuff, you may think. Of course, it's the hardest medium through which to create networks and to control autonomous systems. Water's a bit dense. But equally, those systems do not operate in isolation. They have to operate in the context of communications, which will travel through the air, with intelligence that has to be relayed through space to create effect on land, which might be a long, long way away. So we're already seeing the multi-domain battle space coming out of something like that, and really focusing in on things like how do you make XL UUVs useful to people, very much that multi-domain battle space. I have moved at extraordinary pace here because some of the issues have been covered already. But I would like to just take a rather traditional platform and start to bring some of the thoughts together about what it is I think I'm saying here. A ship. Navies have them, they will always continue to have them. But what will change in the nature of a ship that will start to help to bring together these disruptive technologies and start to build the pathways? Well, it's adaptability. I think adaptability is the key to really harness disruptive technology, because we don't know what disruptive technologies will be most useful in a context at a given time, in a given place, against a given adversary. And neither, frankly, do a lot of our customers to a great extent. So what they're looking for ever more is they're looking for adaptable platforms, they're looking for adaptable relationships with industry, they're looking for adaptable partnerships amongst industry. And I think if I look at this platform here, a concept that we're developing for a future frigate, I think that's a really good example. And I know there are others out there. I don't claim to have the monopoly on adaptable ships, but certainly I think it's a useful tool here. We have an adaptable layout. It can be an amphibious ship, it has a ramp on the back, you can drive tanks on and off it and all sorts of things like that. It has a huge helicopter landing pad at the back to take a Chinook, again giving it amphibious capability. But inside you can completely reconfigure it to take troops or more combat equipment. It takes the best of some Danish technology that we're looking into with modularity and using pods to provide increases in lethality with new fires, new sensors. It has a very adaptable power and propulsion system, which can equally use those adaptable pods and modularity to give a surge in power or to take power off if necessary and lower its carbon footprint. And bringing all this together, underneath all of that, is the open architecture combat system that brings us all together. Not so that we can populate it with our own clever software and our own clever applications, but so we can use other people's, so we can bring the right equipment to bear at the right moment in the right place. Have we solved it yet? No, but we are getting there. So I think to conclude then, disruption is relative. Disruption has to be focused on ends. It's not an end in itself. It has to be focused on the ends of our customers, the military. Probably the best approach in order to harness the uncertainty that disruption causes is actually relationships and approaches, both to relationships with our customer and relationships amongst industry. Because if we can get those right, we can start to hedge against the uncertainty of disruption in the future and start to build the capability into the platforms and the systems that we all collectively design and give to the brave men and women who need them on the front line. Thank you very much.
Dom, thank you so much. Another
I was waiting for the man with a hook to come and hoik me off.
No, you gave us 30 seconds more, so yes. This has been great.
First time BAE Systems has been under time and on the cost for ages.
And besides, it was really inspiring, your presentation as well. Also because I've spotted some, I think it's not a surprise, I spot a lot of connection points between the four presentations, and I have to say, I'm overwhelmed with the four presentations. They were really great in different ways, in different vectors, let's say. And I think we still have time, because you gave us, and we still have time, and we deserve that time, at least to make a round of questions. I don't know if Maria is still with us, but probably not. Can somebody up there tell me if Maria is still with us? No? But we are the four, so I think it's we'll have more time to answer to one or two questions. Well, by the way, the first question that I had here was also a suggestion from Maria before she left. She shared this with us, and I will wrap up in the end. And I think all of you mentioned in some way something that I think is very interesting, which is we are talking about innovation path. So people are expecting here, I believe most of the people here, technicians, engineers, are expecting to show something, how do I go from A to Z, right? But all of you talked about other things and other issues that keep you from going from A to Z linearly, right? And this has to do with culture, competencies, people, and so on, which I think it's such an interesting topic at this stage. My question, bringing from what Maria suggested, was For all of the three of you, I would say, what is the largest challenge when you're trying to introduce a disruptive technology into a product or a service? Does it come from technology, from people, or from public acceptance? That would be the challenge.
Do you want to go first?
I don't know. I will follow the order just from the presentations because you have been quiet for more time. So, Paul, if you want to start.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, please.
Excellent. So what's the biggest challenge to a disruptive process that's from A to B? I think we need to kind of probably take a step back there, because a disruptive process is not necessarily planned. And I think Dom talked to it. We've seen in Ukraine soldiers using commercial UAVs with cocktail Molotovs hanging on it. That's certainly disruptive. That's certainly bringing a knife to a fist fight, right? And it's been incredibly disruptive, and it's a competitive advantage. I think across all these businesses today and a bit all over the world, there's a disruptive movement towards omnipresence as far as data is concerned. So there's certainly in my type of business, there's constant flows of more data, more regular data, and there's still a demand for more, for that data to be real time. It still isn't. Everyone is talking about, we have lots of data, but our most demanding customers still need more of it. And then it's about how can you really make sense of it? Because at this scale, you can't employ traditional processes to actually deal with those amounts of data. And so we need to bring AI and ML, but again, to your point earlier, it's not just any AI and ML. You know, it's very easy to talk about, I've got the latest algorithm, but it needs to be adapted to that specific context that's used, and that takes some time to get right, and also takes collaboration.
Yes.
So there needs to be a recognition that most companies here cannot solve one problem alone. They need partnerships, and for that they need business models as well that allow for those partnerships to happen.
Paul, I totally agree with you, and I think the reason why AED exists in the beginning is because we all here believe in collaboration as a main asset for things to thrive. Isabel, what do you think about the same question? I think you have also already addressed it, but...
Fully agreeing with you. To put maybe additional angles on the topic, I would say it requires open minds. And it requires open minds, and I think it links with your speech as well, because we really need to be able to test where we can get with technology to see what would it bring to the concept of operation, where we can get with the concept of operation, and see how technology fits and fills the gaps. But for that, you've got to be focused, you've got to be upright. I mean, everyone in this room, I mean, the final users, the industry, all the ecosystem. We really need to be focused and upright, but open-minded. Yes. Because we are not addressing a concept of operations with disruptive emerging technologies that is already on the table and superseded, We're trying to put adaptive capabilities to address the unexpected. Of course, I would say interestingly or smartly targeted, but with an open mind, otherwise it's never going to work.
Yep. I think I got that also from your both presentations, which is it's more something about the mindset than about the recipe. And mindset, again, culture and competencies, which I think are critical. And Dom, I think you have already...
yes, totally. Once again, I go last and you've all said it. I mean, it's a Darwinian struggle, isn't it? And in all Darwinian struggles, it's the speed of adaptability, the speed of evolution, which counts. I think, you made your point about traditional processes and the mindset. I think both absolutely spot on. I think we're all coming out of an era of acquisition, of capability acquisition, which was very stately, progressed at a leisurely rate because there was no great imperative. I think we can all now foresee a change in those circumstances, and I think those that will be able to adapt quickest and employ disruptive technology to the greatest effect will be the ones that will prevail in it. And I think that's a speed of evolution issue for me. That's as much a mindset as it is anything else.
Yeah, that's great. And I think it's a wonderful, let's say, wrap up regarding what we're saying here. And I would really love to continue talking about this endlessly. I'll leave just a last comment about something that we were discussing this morning. We talked this morning several times about sustainability. And we also talked this morning several times, and this afternoon as well, about the change of mindset because of the war, because of pandemic at the same time. How do you think you can keep the pace of doing like a long time run, long time that should be shorter? You said it, there's an urge to do it. On directions such as climate change, and suddenly it looks, if you look at the media, it looks like climate change is not so important anymore because we are looking at pandemia and then we are looking at the war. How can you keep all these roads working in terms of innovation? Because you cannot drop one of them, right? So how do you manage to get all these roads of innovation, of urge for innovation, working in your systems, your companies?
Do you want to go first?
So I think it's politics. I think it's good politics. I think it requires good politics. I was really struck by Lars's presentation this morning, you know, ranking stuff that's popular. I think how you frame the challenge really dramatically changes how people respond to it. You know, if you say, you know, in 1,000 years' time it's all going to be a bit warmer and everyone's going to be a bit rainy, and people go, oh, well, 1,000 years, you know, okay. But if you say, well, you know, your dependence on oil and gas from this part of the world puts your very way of life in danger now, you get a very different response.
Absolutely.
So I think what you know, to meet the challenge that you've just set out, what we all require and what we should all demand, I think, is a quality of politics which frames the argument in those terms.
Great answer. Isabel, you were going to say...
I mean, in addition, but in the same line of thought, focus and drive. We cannot be targeting as a whole sector. We cannot be targeting one thing and the contrary at the same time with the same level of urgency without, I mean, restraints. It's literally not going to come.
Absolutely. And I would like to put a word over all you said, which is collaboration, which is something that the three of you mentioned. And again, I think it's not like, okay, a cliche, but we talked about that. We don't do it so much as often as we should, which I think it's important as well. I would like to continue, but I know that we have a show to run, right? And I would like just to make a summary again with, I'm not very used to it with my glasses, but just to make a summary, and please correct me if there's something missing. So we started with Maria addressing the trends on development of sensors area, and I liked also the mentioning of a hybrid approach to these areas. Hybrid could be a lot of hybridity in terms of time, in terms of people, in terms of roadmap. Then Paul, I think in terms of Paulo, in terms of satellite imagery, I think it's not only, like you said, the importance of the definition, it's also if it's reachable and people can use it in an effective way for awareness, for understanding what's going around. And Isabel, so many things that you've mentioned, from technological maturity, AI, collaboration, culture and mindset for innovation, which I think is the main key here. And finally, Dom, I think you've managed to, even being the last, to refer things that people did before, like challenging what's the disruption concept, where we start from multi-domain integration for future, and multi-domain, of course, it takes collaboration, it takes integration, and it takes, like you say, disruptive and non-linear approaches. So I don't know what much to say, but since I will respect our next intervention, I will thank you so much to all of you for your interventions. I was overwhelmed. I hope that all the audience was as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rui. So we'll have two final keynote presentations before the closing session. So I would like to call Bruno Lamar from Airbus, which will talk about protecting the blue borders of Portugal, challenges and opportunities. Thank you, Bruno.
Okay, just checking comms. Things comms are working. So, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, and last but not least, dear competitors. I would like today to present another aspect of Airbus, which is maybe not known to many people, is Airbus in the maritime domain. Indeed, all the technologies we are developing in aeronautics, in defense, in space, they obviously have a lot of applications in the maritime domain, which brought us to develop what I will be presenting to you, this holistic approach for the maritime domain, this C4 ISR concept and system that is now in Airbus. So from a product solution perspective, this is how it looks like. So of course, we are talking here system of system approach. So I don't know if it works well. No, not sure it works. Okay. So basically what you see here is a system of system approach with, you can see all the different systems, whether it's aircraft, helicopters, drones. We even have, some of you may wonder what is Zephyr. Zephyr is the high altitude pseudo-satellite of Airbus. We talked a lot about space. You can see Earth observation satellite on the picture. And all this, you can imagine to become a system of system, all this is connected. Now it looks quite complex, but the maritime domain is a complex domain which needs a lot of sensors to collect information and to bring all this information, we call it intelligence, you'll see later why, to a command center. So this is just to give you a flavor of where we have developed all this approach of C4 ISR holistic approach. And you can see as we are in Portugal, there is the vessel traffic system in Portugal, which we deployed in the early 2000s, and that we're looking to upgrade soon with the latest technologies that we have been developing throughout the world, mainly in our home countries, whether it's France or Germany, but you can see all the references where we have fine-tuned this holistic approach for the maritime domain within Airbus. So C4 ISR, what is it about? It's about integrating multiple intelligence. We're talking about information here for the aim of maritime surveillance. So you can see on the left side intelligence and imagery. This is coming from all sorts of sensors, including satellites. And of course, on the right side, the more traditional coastal surveillance systems for us based called STIRIS. STIRIS is this system of system that we have, and it is the result basically of 20 years of development in the maritime domain, 20 years of applying in the maritime domain the technologies we developed in aeronautics and space. Talking about multiple intelligence, these are all the sources that we integrate into our system of system approach, all coming from various sensors located in space, located on ships, located on ground with radars. All this is the big data, the mass information that we collect and we process into our system. There is 3 new pillars in Airbus strategy for our holistic approach. And this is where what you're going to see is the connection between sea and space. The new Earth observation satellites. So I was hearing our friend from Maxar. We have launched the Pléiades Neo satellites, which today is state-of-the-art in that field. I'm going to give you some, you'll see a picture out of these specific constellation of Earth observation satellite. Clearly, this is a new tool which is providing a lot of performance when it comes to identification of vessels. We combine this with radio frequency detection. Again, another satellite, again, another sensor, again, another set of information, combining this with Earth observation. And then we put this into big data processing. Everybody knows about it. But when you start bringing all these sensors, all these information into one big machine supercalculator, as was mentioned this morning, you start to have a very impressive performing system. And what do you get with such a Airbus approach? You get a digitalized maritime surveillance, combining all the complex system into one application, including, and it was also mentioned today, there is another layer we are bringing to this approach of C4 ISR, is cyber data security. It was mentioned, we Airbus, we are also in parallel today in another event happening not very far from here, about 10 kilometers, about cyber projects in the European defense. This is, of course, a new dimension that we have to take into account when we start processing all this information coming from all these sensors. Just to give you one example, one application, concrete application. Let's imagine there is somewhere in the middle of the sea, in a Portuguese area of responsibility, a ship unidentified that is detected by one of the various sources of intelligence. Basically, with this approach, with this database, this digital processing, it takes 4 hours from identifying an object to identifying which object it is, what ship, where it comes from, where it's going, its registration, in less than 4 hours, with the combination of all these sensors, all these database with this data processing. Just one example to illustrate how powerful such an approach is when it comes to such a complex environment, which is the maritime domain. And here, just to complete the presentation and maybe to allow for some questions, because I made it on purpose short, fast and furious. This is an example of a picture taken from Pléiades Neo, and you can see the high resolution and the high quality of such images. And yes, today what is amazing, as was reminded by the panelists, is this data, you can access it. Most of such open source data is accessible on the web. I invite you, if it comes for Airbus, you can go to the One Atlas platform database. You can access to all kind of pictures And I can only give you a tip for this Christmas. If you don't know what to offer, you can go on a database and you can select a picture, and you can even find your home or the home of your parents or your home of the relatives or whatever place, and you can offer a very nice image of the place you want to select to the one you love with such a database of images. Thank you very much. That's it for my presentation. I did not do it long on purpose, so that it allows for questions now or later. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Since we are running late, maybe we can all discuss this later on. So we'll have the final keynote presentation between the closing session. I have to call Sérgio Verato Alves from Embraer, which is going to talk about the development of dual-use technologies to strengthen the defense and security ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Down, move forward, right? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sérgio Verato. I am representing Embraer, and specifically Embraer Defense and Security, one of Embraer's business units. Two of my colleagues have been on the stage today talking about sustainability and talking about digitalization. I'm here to talk a little bit about how Embraer sees dual use, okay? All right. This is rather easy for me to do. Embraer was actually born dual use. Our first design, the one you see on top, called it Bandeirante, was a transport airplane designed under requirements and sponsorship from the Brazilian Air Force. It was found to be a suitable product for the commercial market. And then in no time, Embraer was selling it globally in large quantity. So this showed us how important it would be to have dual-use products. It expands the market. It reduces cost. It has lots of conveniences. So this is the classical approach, a military product that finds its way in the commercial market. I'm going to show a little bit more of this kind of example, and I'm going to show a little bit more of the reverse examples. Civilian technology coming into military applications. Throughout the time, Embraer developed several different airplanes. And not only airplanes, you can see there radars and sensors and all the stuff, both in the commercial aircraft domain and business jets and military airplanes. Actually, those are the market segments in which Embraer is operating today. Well, we are very famous for commercial airplanes. All of you know our products. We are also doing very well in business aviation. Defense and security, we have been playing since we were born. And we also have a services, support and services business unit that operates all around the world. And the duality of our products become very clear. Let me show you a little bit more of this. Well, you can see here our portfolio for defense products. As I just mentioned, it goes beyond airplanes. We play in other sectors. But one interesting point about this slide is that you can see that all technologies developed in the military programs, whether airplanes or other systems, flow to our commercial products. Again, this is expected. But there is a catch in this process. We work with some subsidiaries. We have connected companies to Embraer Group. We work with different technologies like radars and naval systems. And to make the technology to flow among different companies and among different verticals of technologies require good care and coordination. We have been doing this pretty well, but it's always changing. All right, talking about dual use flowing in both directions, let's elaborate a little bit more. You can see on the screen the lineup of airplanes that are currently in our defense portfolio. You can see we have VIP transportation airplanes that are basically commercial airplanes converted into military operations. Some of them are equipped with self-protection systems like missile warning and anti-missile systems, special radios, and stuff. We have business jets that have been converted into flight inspection systems that are usually civilian products, but find some military application as well. But we have some pretty hardcore products that use our technology for both commercial jets and business jets, from which we developed a family of surveillance airplanes, like the early warning planes that you see on the screen. Obviously, we have been working with the Maritime Patrol and ground surveillance as well. In other applications like medevac or military training, we also use our military and commercial jets to develop those products. So we see here cases of reverse direction of technology flowing from civilian technology to military technology. All right, but this kind of technology development and movement inside the company requires huge effort and huge investment. On the screen, you can have a glimpse of the points that Embraer is working hard in those last 50 years. We have a big group of professionals developing technology both for military and for civilian programs. We invest a big chunk of our profit in development of technology, especially in commercial aviation and business aviation. For that, we have to have a very qualified and large workforce, as you can see, and the result is that we have been exporting a lot. We have been bringing to Brazil a huge amount of money in those last years. Okay, this investment throughout the time generated some core technologies. We believe at Embraer that those core technologies developed throughout our history are the reason behind Embraer reached the point it got, okay? It what propels us into the future and resulted in brilliant products as the ones we have been launching to the market. Embraer has been very prolific in terms of designing and certifying military, civilian products, and our products have been well recognized throughout the world. In the bottom of the slide, you can see some prizes and some recognition of the performance Embraer has been doing, both in the design of our airplanes and also management, which is a big challenge for such complex programs. The result of all those things is that we started to innovate quite a lot, and we see the power of innovation. So for that, we launched a new business unit. We named it Embraer X, in which we concentrate the most disruptive and advanced technology to have it in one place, working in some very important verticals. You can see in the bullets some points, some technologies we are working hard on. One of the results, and probably the most high profile of them, is our new eVTOL aircraft. It's designed to be a vertical takeoff and land electric vehicle, and with it, we want to access the urban air mobility that will enable us to sell thousands of these machines. Well, we are designing it yet, but the market recognized the potential, and we have at this point almost 1,800 orders. Actually, I think we already crossed 2,000. It's counting pretty fast. And again, this is another product with good potential for dual use. As Don from BAE Systems mentioned a few minutes ago, Embraer is talking to BAE Systems to explore the defense market. Now, going into a little bit more of details, exploring the concept. On the slide, you can see our military airlift, the KC-390 Millennium. It has been mentioned earlier, and I can explore a little bit more how technology flows inside the Embraer in more detail with this slide. While you can see some points, there are so many more, but some points of the C390 in which technology developed in our programs for commercial jets and business jets have been evolved, have been upgraded to be used in this product. Cockpit architecture, maintainability, safety, cabin environment, so many aspects use the technology developed in other programs. One example, the fly-by-wire system, Embraer started to develop in the beginning of 2000s for our family of E-jets. It evolved to our business jets. We evolved to the 390, and the technology keeping evolving and is being currently used in the new eVTOL aircraft. So it's a constant reuse in all directions of technology. It moves inside Embraer products. And it's a good thing to be a company that has a huge portfolio, both in commercial airplanes, business, and defense. Okay, still keeping the example brought by Minister Costa e Silva and General Catacho Alves, looking again at the 390, the partnership aspect is fundamental, it's very important. We had some remarks in the last round about partnership, and what we've seen during the development of this aircraft here in Portugal, it's a real exercise of true partnership. So both sides, the Brazilian side and the Portuguese side, gained a lot with that. So you can see some examples of partnerships developed during this process, and those partnerships generated technology, capabilities, machinery, even for design, production, and certification that both Embraer and its partners are currently able to use and reuse in next designs, both military and commercial, here and at the other side of the Atlantic in Brazil. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sergio.
My pleasure.
Excellent presentation. So we would just come to the closing session. So I would just, first of all, like to ask Ivo Vieira, Vice President from AED, just to give some quick words. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Minister for Infrastructures and Housing, Pedro Nuno Santos, Secretary of State for Defense, Marco Capitão Ferreira, ladies and gentlemen. I will begin this closing session saying, first of all, thank you very much to all speakers. You have been talking about many things, and we have to think about it. Today, 58% of population is living in democracy. And democracy is about improving the lives of citizens. And we saw today in many sessions that aeronautics, space, and defense is improving the life of citizens in 3 aspects: safety and security, the environment, and access. We are now in this event with no masks, and safety was a concern 2 years ago because of COVID, and it was a threat for the aviation industry. But now it's because of safety, security, that we have now a new opportunity, because now we are willing to invest more in defense. And investing in defense is investing in aeronautics. It's investing in space for the protection of citizens. Regarding the environment, we saw today how the aviation industry is working hard to decrease the emissions. And we saw also how space is so important for understanding the behavior of our planet, and also the concern about space junk in space. But don't think that defense is not related with the environment. Of course it is. Because if we have a good defense sector, we will prevent war. And if we prevent war, we are also protecting our planet. Finally, access. Citizens are willing to invest in safety, security, environment, but not at any cost. And that's why we saw that all of us, we are really working hard to decrease the costs of development, manufacturing, maintenance of the systems that we are delivering. So yes, aeronautics, space, and defense is improving the life of citizens. And talking about Portugal, we are proud to see how well and how fast we are doing it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can say that we are contributing for a better safety, security, environment, access, and many things that the future will bring to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivo, for that inspiring words. And now we go to Marco Capitão Ferreira, Secretary of State of Defense. Please step up to the floor. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, first of all, to Minister Pedro Nuno Santos, to our hosts here in Oeiras. It's a pleasure to be back. To AED, last but not least, for keep organizing AED Days. It's not my first time around. I've been here before in a different role and pretty much with the same message. It's just more urgent now. Europe and the world just got a wake-up call. A lot of what they took for granted is no longer taken for granted. And the previous speaker spoke of safety first, security. People need to be safe and secure to develop their activities, to go about their lives, and also to invest in business. Portugal is very much committed and remains committed to both aerospace, defense, and space. I know the Minister of Economy was here earlier today. I'm here. You're going to hear soon from our Minister of Infrastructures. And this should tell you something about the commitment Portugal has in seeing these matters as across-the-board relevant for different areas of our national interest. This wake-up call we got must be answered, and a lot of the people that are going to be involved in providing the answers are in this room right now, so I hope you've taken notice during the day of what we need to achieve. In terms of defense, I have some messages I would like to get across. Those of you that have been here before with me know I'm not very good at being discreet about what I want from the industry. I remember standing in this room and telling you if private industry did not come up with a place where we could foster technology, the public sector would have to step in, and you didn't, and we did, and there's a digital innovation hub for defense in Portugal. You should use it. And AED is obviously a partner, as are many universities, the branches of the armed forces, and IDD Portugal Defense, which, as you know, is an institution I know very little of, but I've heard they're responsible for conducting the liaison between the armed forces, the national defense, and the industry. Well, they remain responsible for that, in case Catarina forgot why she's here. Now, moving on, we talk about and we see this wake-up call has brought to our attention that the idea that we need to keep a technological edge is more prominent than ever. It's what makes the difference when you have a conflict. It's what saves lives. It's what allows you to prevail. As said this week, the capabilities we have, and this is an European assessment, do not match the needs arising from the current security situation. This means that we need to spend more together, but we also need to spend better and smarter. This will not be solved, as most matters are not, by throwing money at them. So, sorry about that. We will obviously be increasing our defense budget. Some of us have been keenly aware of this need for many years. The difference this year is that more people agree with us in the room. And not this room. In this room it was always more or less consensual. But outside this room, people are more willing to listen. This means we need to be able to build autonomy in three fronts: the national one, the European one, and within NATO. And these three go together. They don't compete with each other. They cannot compete with each other. They must complement each other. So either we are talking about the NATO Innovation Fund, or we are talking the European Defense Fund, or at a more Portuguese level, we will be reviewing our military programming law in the coming months, and as I'm hopeful you'll see, the alignment is there. So we'll be building to build, to again build, and to provide people what they need, which is to be safe. This also means something, and I hope you're prepared for it. It's no more business as usual. We cannot keep doing things the way we used to. No long programs, no taking years to reach a decision, no 5 years for development and 5 years for deliveries, and then low availability. This cannot continue to happen. This is a challenge for the buyer. That's my side of the equation, and it's also a challenge for the sellers, for the providers, for the industry, for you. We need to make catchphrases into reality, and one of them is we've been discussing emerging and disruptive technologies in the defense sector that feed into aviation and space and vice versa, as was being said, and very well. But we need these emerging technologies to materialize at some point. We've been talking about them: artificial intelligence and big data and the robotization of war. Well, it's time to see it happen. Another thing we need to do is, well, there's no process that can produce disruption if it takes 5 years. So we'll need to be able to buy innovation, and you need to be prepared to share the risks of innovation. No more offloading the risk to the public sector. no more offloading the risk to the buyer. We need to share it because it's an investment that benefits both parties, so both parties should be investing. No one likes to manage risk, and there's a price for managing it, and we'll do a better job if we manage it together. This also needs to be done not sometime next year, but now, because now is the moment, either on a Portuguese level. The EDF calls are closing for this year, but the new ones will open, and we know this will be an ongoing process. It's our common challenge to be able to restore security, to restore peace, to restore an environment where we can focus on, well, as was said earlier, making life for everyone better, preferably in a democracy. I prefer it that way. I imagine you do too. And now I'll conclude my remarks and give the floor to our Minister of Infrastructures. Just saying this, national defense spending is a part of the equation. You should really focus on taking the risks with us in shifting the way we do procurement in defense in Portugal. This is a challenge of monumental proportions. We'll face those challenges. We hope you come along with us. Your success and ours are not separable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary of Defense. So for the final and to close it, I would like to call the Minister for Infrastructure and Housing, Pedro Nuno Santos, to close the session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Mr. José Neves, President of AED Cluster. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure for me. Secretary of State of Defense, Marco Capitão Ferreira. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that we are in an aviation event and we have many foreign participants, but allow me, I have to speak in my language. Boa tarde a todos. É gosto enorme, como disse, estar aqui com todos vós. E a pergunta com a qual eu queria começar é uma pergunta com que nós nos deparamos diariamente quando pensamos o nosso país e aquilo que queremos para Portugal. Como é que se desenvolve uma economia? Como é que se desenvolve um país? Basta baixarmos os impostos e o IRC e ficar à espera que a magia aconteça? Nós não acreditamos nisso. Permitam-me, antes ainda de voltarmos à aviação, fazer uma incursão pela ferrovia. Portugal, durante décadas, decidiu, infelizmente, mal, deixar de investir na ferrovia. Focou-se na rodovia. Foram linhas encerradas, as nossas empresas CP e IP deixadas numa situação difícil e um recuo de décadas em matéria ferroviária. Nós hoje temos a Europa, o mundo inteiro a investir neste setor, Portugal também. Infelizmente chegamos a uma situação de insuficiência na infraestrutura, falta de material circulante. Nós precisávamos de rapidamente tentar aumentar um bocadinho a oferta de material circulante. Nós sabíamos que a encomenda de comboios demora muito tempo, nós não temos comboios em stand, como não temos aviões. E, portanto, aquilo que nós fizemos foi olhar para o nosso parque de material circulante abandonado. Nós temos esta capacidade de não sermos um país rico, mas nos termos dado ao luxo de encostar dezenas largas de carruagens, locomotivas, automotoras pelo país, a apodrecer. Aquilo que nós fizemos numa primeira fase foi pegar nesse material circulante, recuperá-lo e colocá-lo em circulação. Este foi o primeiro momento de uma estratégia maior do que aumentar a oferta de material circulante e ter mais pessoas a andar de comboio. Aquilo que nós queríamos era que tudo o que nós fizéssemos, que começa com a necessidade de promover aquele meio de transporte, tivesse consequências na indústria. E, portanto, toda a recuperação de material circulante que foi feita em Portugal nos últimos anos teve mais de 90% de incorporação nacional. Portugal é um país que se tem especializado em alguns setores e o desafio que nós nos colocamos permanentemente é como é que nós podemos passar para outros setores. Como é que a nossa economia pode ser mais sofisticada do que aquilo que é. Como é que a nossa economia pode ser mais diversificada, não depender apenas do setor do turismo ou de alguns setores tradicionais. Como é que se pode sofisticar? Nós sabíamos que o setor ferroviário estava em crescimento no mundo inteiro, queríamos ter também. E sabíamos que tínhamos muitas empresas ligadas ao setor automóvel que rapidamente podiam migrar para um setor em crescimento. Incorporação nacional da recuperação do material circulante abandonado. Mais de 90% dos comboios que nós recuperamos foi feito em Portugal ou por empresas portuguesas. Primeira etapa. Segunda etapa. Era fundamental que nós em Portugal conseguíssemos dar vida a um cluster ferroviário e criássemos um centro de competências ferroviário que junta o setor público, o setor privado e a academia. Isto é, os operadores, CP, Metro do Porto, Metro de Lisboa, IP, a Associação de Empresas Ferroviárias que junta mais de 80 empresas do setor ferroviário e a academia, nomeadamente a Universidade do Porto. Criaram um centro de competências que vai fazer o quê? Vai fazer investigação e desenvolvimento, vai fazer formação e incubação de empresas no setor ferroviário. Guifões, Matosinhos. Terceiro elemento. E, portanto, aqui o que nós fazemos é juntar o setor público, o setor privado, a academia e tentar criar as condições para que um novo setor possa florescer em Portugal. Terceiro aspecto. Temos que, independentemente da recuperação de material circulante, que nós fizemos, ela não é suficiente. Estamos muito longe de dar resposta às necessidades do país. Precisamos de comprar comboios novos. Lançámos um concurso para 117 comboios. O maior concurso sempre da CP. Aquilo que nós fizemos foi, vamos lançar um concurso, respeitando todas as regras da concorrência europeia, mas vamos explorar até ao limite todas as possibilidades para garantir que essa compra tenha consequências na indústria nacional. E por isso construímos o caderno de encargos de forma a que qualquer concorrente percebesse que tinha que fazer investimento em Portugal, que tinha que fazer fábrica em Portugal, que tinha que envolver empresas portuguesas na construção desses comboios. Nós, durante anos, eu diria mesmo durante quase toda a nossa história, nós fomos sempre muito bons a comprar lá fora. A comprar e a comprar lá fora. E a verdade é que quando nós vamos fazer uma encomenda desta dimensão, que são mais de 800 milhões de euros, para Portugal é muito dinheiro, para nós era claro que não nos bastaria simplesmente comprar lá fora comboios. Não, nós queríamos, já agora que vamos gastar tanto dinheiro a comprar comboios para servir a nossa população, que isso tenha consequências na nossa indústria. Bom, a verdade é que o curso está a correr e todos os concorrentes anunciaram a intenção de fazer uma fábrica em Portugal. E assim nós daremos início ao florescimento de um setor que nós já tivemos. Nós temos carruagens a circular ainda em Nova Iorque no metro que foram feitas na Sorfam. Nós já tivemos essas competências e estamos a criar as condições para que essas competências voltem a existir em Portugal e um novo setor em crescimento em todo o mundo possa existir em Portugal. O mesmo pode acontecer na aviação. E é isso que nós temos que conseguir. Nós temos um cluster que tem-se mostrado muito dinâmico nos últimos anos em Portugal. Nós temos decidido um conjunto de investimentos no país, no setor da aeronáutica, o que nos dá já, do ponto de vista do setor privado, os ingredientes suficientes para percebermos que Portugal, para além de poder voltar a fazer comboios, pode ter um papel crescente neste importante setor de ponta no que diz respeito à tecnologia e de valor acrescentado. E aqui nós temos que voltar mais ou menos a fazer o mesmo. Conseguirmos juntar as energias do setor público, as energias do setor privado, à academia e tentar dar corpo à continuação do crescimento e desenvolvimento do cluster aeronáutico em Portugal. E aqui nós temos, obviamente, alguns elementos centrais nesta estratégia e eu não posso deixar de referir nela aquela que é a maior companhia aérea a operar em Portugal. Tema polémico. Mas a verdade é que para nós não é. E não é por uma razão muito simples. Nós temos a principal razão da nossa intervenção na nossa companhia aérea não foi simplesmente assegurar a conectividade do país com o mundo. A conectividade do país com o mundo e da Europa com o mundo é aquilo que a companhia aérea TAP nos dá, mas verdadeiramente o que ela significa é muito mais do que a mera garantia da conectividade. Nós temos dado como exemplo as exportações. Portugal é um país, como eu dizia há pouco, historicamente foi sempre muito bom a comprar. Nenhum país tem uma economia viável se não for capaz de produzir e exportar aquilo que é necessário para pagar aquilo que nós queremos consumir e importar. E quando nós olhamos para 2008 e 2010, a única coisa que ficou no debate político português é que tivemos aquela crise porque tivemos uma dívida pública gigantesca. Mas a verdade, quando nós conseguimos nos despir do debate político-partidário, nós conseguimos todos perceber que, por exemplo, Portugal, antes da crise financeira, tinha uma dívida pública de cerca de 60% e a Espanha tinha mesmo uma dívida pública de 30% e excedente orçamental. Eu digo Espanha porquê? Porque Portugal e Espanha, mais Grécia e Irlanda, foram os países que tiveram um aumento explosivo da taxa de juros que era cobrada ao nosso país. Isso causou-nos problemas que nós todos conhecemos todos a história. Agora, qual era a semelhança entre Portugal e Espanha e Grécia? A Irlanda é um caso à parte. A semelhança entre Portugal e Espanha e Grécia, que foram países atacados, que tiveram uma explosão nas taxas de juros das suas dívidas soberanas, não era o nível de dívida pública. A Espanha tinha, como eu vos disse, 30%, excedente orçamental. Aquilo que caracterizava cada uma destas economias é que elas eram economias endividadas face ao exterior. Setor público e setor privado. Eram economias que deviam muito ao exterior. As suas famílias, as empresas e os respectivos Estados. Dívida ao exterior. Esse é o problema crónico do país. Mesmo quando nós temos a balança de pagamentos relativamente equilibrada, ela está normalmente equilibrada quando nós estamos em crise ou em estagnação económica. Portanto, deixamos de comprar. Quando deixamos de comprar, conseguimos equilibrar a nossa balança. Basta o país crescer um bocadinho para o desequilíbrio voltar. Este é o maior drama nacional. O que é que a TAP nos dá? A TAP é simplesmente um dos maiores exportadores nacionais. São 3 mil milhões de euros de exportações. São 1.000 milhões de euros de exportações líquidas. Não há paralelo, praticamente, no país. No que diz respeito às exportações brutas, há exportações líquidas. Tenho dúvidas que haja alguma empresa em Portugal que se aproxime da TAP. Isto é uma riqueza da qual o país não podia prescindir. Mas não é só isto. Aquilo que esta companhia aérea nos dá é centralidade a Portugal. Aquilo que ela nos dá é a possibilidade de ligarmos não apenas Portugal, mas ligarmos a Europa, a vários países da África Ocidental e à América do Sul, nomeadamente à maior economia da América do Sul, que é o Brasil. É isso que a TAP dá a Portugal, desculpem, não é a Portugal, é à Europa. Nós somos a primeira companhia aérea que liga a América do Sul, nomeadamente o Brasil e vários países africanos, à Europa. O que é que isto significa? Significa que há milhões e milhões de passageiros que todos os anos vão para a Europa a partir de Lisboa. O que isto significa é que cada bilhete que nós lhes vendemos é uma exportação. Isso tem um ganho macroeconómico tremendo para o país e dá centralidade a Portugal. Quantas vezes nós nos queixamos do nosso destino periférico? Mas nós só somos periféricos em relação ao centro da Europa. Nós não somos periféricos no Atlântico, nós somos mesmo centrais na ligação entre a Europa e o Atlântico, o continente americano e a África Ocidental. Se alguma coisa a aviação nos dá, se alguma coisa o hub em Lisboa nos dá, se alguma coisa a TAP nos dá, é aproveitar o posicionamento geográfico que Portugal tem, que é uma dificuldade no que diz respeito a tantas áreas, mas que no que diz respeito à aviação dá mesmo centralidade e importância. O facto de nós termos a TAP em Portugal a operar dá, obviamente, também a oportunidade para que um conjunto de setores que trabalham na área da aviação e da aeronáutica possam também florescer em Portugal. A TAP comprava, antes da pandemia, e voltará a recuperar, 1.300 milhões de euros a mais de 1.000 empresas nacionais. 1.300 milhões de euros anuais de compras a mais de 1.000 empresas nacionais. É disto que nós estamos a falar, numa decisão polémica e alvo de tanto debate, é para nós tão clara. E no que diz respeito ao resto da indústria nacional que pode trabalhar para este setor, obviamente que termos uma companhia aérea que tenha uma lógica transcontinental e um hub em Lisboa é de uma importância tremenda. E é por isso que nós continuaremos a apostar nesta nossa companhia e nós estamos disponíveis para, com o cluster de aeronáutica, para que a TAP possa ser um estimulador do desenvolvimento do setor da aviação e da aeronáutica, da nossa indústria em Portugal. Estes 1.300 milhões de euros de compras a mais de 1.000 empresas nacionais pode subir. E é nisso que nós queremos que a TAP, obviamente com uma gestão autónoma, mas obviamente também uma empresa que tem uma dívida para com o país, possa obviamente trabalhar com as nossas empresas. E é neste trabalho em cooperação entre o setor privado, entre o setor público, entre a academia, que nós podemos desenvolver a nossa economia, desenvolver a nossa indústria, podermos viver melhor, podermos pagar melhor ao nosso povo. Outro dos temas que me caíram sob a responsabilidade, ligadas ao setor, e que, direta e indiretamente, têm impacto na nossa indústria, é, obviamente, a localização do nosso aeroporto, do futuro aeroporto da região de Lisboa. Inexplicavelmente, o país também tem esta característica, que é uma dificuldade em conseguir consensualizar decisões de investimento tão importantes e tão estruturantes para o país como é um aeroporto. Andamos há perto de 5 décadas a estudar localizações e a decidir e a tentar decidir onde é que vai ser o novo aeroporto. Há 5 décadas. Nós temos cerca de 17 localizações estudadas no nosso Ministério, no Ministério das Infraestruturas, nos arquivos do Ministério das Infraestruturas. E cada um, provavelmente aqui, nesta sala, tem uma opinião mais ou menos fundamentada sobre qual é que é a localização ideal para o aeroporto. A coisa que aprendi nesta curta ainda estadia no Ministério das Infraestruturas é de que a melhor posição relativamente à localização de aeroportos é sermos agnósticos. Aliás, é o que eu sou, em matéria de aeroporto. Não há, em matéria de aeroportos, nenhuma solução sem espinhas. O que há é a obrigação de nós nos conseguirmos entender e decidir. Estão a olhar, bom, é ministro, faça o favor de decidir. Bom, infelizmente as coisas são um bocado mais complexas do que isso. E quando nós queremos decidir um aeroporto, lá nos deparamos não só com a oposição àquela localização, nós não temos nenhuma dúvida que qualquer localização suscitará grande oposição, e como numa competição de futebol em que cada um veste a camisola de um clube, em matéria de localização de aeroportos, cada um veste uma camisola com uma localização. A verdade é que nós nos deparamos com algumas dificuldades, como é a necessidade de alterar uma lei que não deixe que um município, pela importância que possa ter, possa decidir sobre uma infraestrutura com importância nacional, mesmo internacional, como é o caso do aeroporto, o futuro aeroporto de Lisboa, é um aeroporto internacional. Bom, aquilo que nós temos de conseguir para que, independente do ministro, independente do partido que governa o país em cada momento, é que temos de ter a capacidade para conseguir gerar um consenso suficientemente alargado para que a mudança de um ministro, ou a mudança de um governo, ou a mudança de um partido não signifique voltar atrás no processo de escolha de localização do aeroporto. Nós estamos a perder, nós em 2020 já íamos recusar centenas de voos por incapacidade, por falta de capacidade no aeroporto de Lisboa. Tivemos a pandemia só aparentemente resolveu o problema. Felizmente a recuperação está a ser rápida e nós, em 2022, já vamos voltar. Eu disse felizmente e depois tenho o outro lado da moeda. Felizmente a recuperação está aí, infelizmente já vamos voltar a ter os problemas no aeroporto de Lisboa que conhecemos antes da pandemia, por falta evidente de capacidade aeroportuária. E por isso aquilo que nós queremos, mesmo tendo o Partido Socialista maioria absoluta, é que, se não conseguirmos que todos os partidos se comprometam, que os 2 maiores partidos portugueses tenham a capacidade de se sentarem e definirem e acertarem e consertarem e, provavelmente, melhor, com o alto patrocínio do Sr. Presidente da República, uma localização para o futuro aeroporto de Lisboa. É a única maneira de nós conseguirmos garantir que, depois de uma mudança no governo, nós não voltemos a andar para trás. porque este para-arranca que nós vamos assistindo em várias infraestruturas e vários investimentos em Portugal é um dos maiores dramas nacionais. E por isso nós temos que conseguir parar com o para-arranca nestas decisões, e nós só conseguiremos parar com este para-arranca, peço desculpa, se aqueles que são os maiores partidos com maior representação do povo português se consigam entender e assumir com todo o país um compromisso. Se nós conseguirmos aumentar a nossa capacidade aeroportuária, nós teremos mais movimentos, mais atividade de aviação, e isso terá consequências, naturalmente, em toda a indústria nacional. E, portanto, estes dois elementos que nós temos em mãos e que são dossiês complexos, o da TAP e o do novo aeroporto, são também fundamentais para todo o cluster de aeronáutica em Portugal. Nós queremos trabalhar sobre eles, e queremos trabalhar sobre eles convosco. A única maneira de um país que está na ponta ocidental da Europa se poder desenvolver é tendo esta capacidade de conseguir que o público e o privado não se olhem como adversários ou como se excluíssem ao outro, mas sim como cooperantes. Setor público, setor privado, academia. E é nesta simbiose entre estes três elementos que nós podemos desenvolver Portugal, desenvolver o setor da aviação, da aeronáutica e, com isso, contribuir para que neste país se possa viver melhor, se possa ganhar melhor. É o nosso objetivo, o nosso e o vosso. Muito obrigado a todas e a todos. Os maiores sucessos. Contem connosco naquilo que depender para fazer florescer o cluster de aeronáutica do espaço e defesa em Portugal. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for those inspiring words and interesting challenges for the future. And now I think it's time to wrap up. So, thank you very much all for coming and staying with us. And don't forget, we have tomorrow the B2B sessions, we have the workshops, so we'll have a lot of activities until the 27th, so stay with us. Thank you very much all for coming. Bye-bye.